Hey, are we recording this? Are we live? Is this recording?
Yes.
Perfect. Let's begin 67. We got a slideshow. Let's get that theme music going. Perfect. Perfect.
Nice.
And raised over 100 young, but the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for socket. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was not effective. But spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was not effective. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for socket. Waited for the captain, the spider was exhausted.
share that live link. Jim, are you there? Do we have a quorum of spiders tonight?
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider.
Is it quorum 4?
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider.
Do we have 4 spiders tonight?
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider.
Good question. That's a heck of a bingo card somebody made. It's like 50
Oh man,
cents.
we'd like to look at that one in detail.
Rolling a slideshow like this reminds me of this other show I used to, well, I was featured on it. It was called RX Only Picture Show. Oh my goodness.
Got some bingo cards played tonight, I think. Have you been accumulating your orgone?
Yeah, I have.
Honk. Get that version response. Honk in your ear.
Communitarianism.
And raised over 100 young.
Hell Fraser? Anyone?
Good.
And now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web. Found a mate.
Tad to the Bone is doing well. You remember what episode she was on? Oh man, we got a whole archive of 66 episodes.
There's a bunch of these I've never had a chance to go back and catch yet.
See what they're gathering in the library. YouTube chat.
Just so you know, Alan, communications have gone forth into the ether concerning private information that you and I and a few other people are privy to.
Yeah, we'll
Ooh, exclusive.
we'll share exclusive information real shortly here, real soon.
I'm gonna grab one more thing. I'll be right back.
Okay, we're getting ready. We're getting ready here.
I'll forget it always.
Remember the Bogdanov brothers? Bogdanov?
How could I
Brother?
forget?
Weaving Spiders, welcome. What does it mean, 7 back, don't you know, with his brother 6 in tow?
A good question.
Do you think we started too early, or did we start precisely when spiders were ready to start?
Yeah, I think we follow Wizards rules around here, and I think Gandalf is correct in his presumption about when things start and end.
Yeah, I think the song just keeps looping and looping and looping.
I feel like maybe Jim's missing. He's the one steering this ship.
Yeah, well, it really does feel
I
like
hear the voice of Jim. Where's the voice of Jim?
this is truly like reminiscent of RX Only Picture Show, because this is what used to happen. We would do this, and we would take this time to conversate and promote the show. And sometimes something would happen. You'd have to just keep letting the songs play and wonder when things will resolve and become less
Are we
chaotic.
retrograding? Retro streaming?
Yeah, retro stream, yeah.
Retro causation explains the situation.
They explain it as going backwards, but really what happens is it stops and everything else continues to move, thus creating the illusion of backwards movement.
I'm still screen sharing, so I can't even see the Zoom room. I hope everyone's behaving themselves.
We have
I think so.
5.
Is that Jim?
Can you hear me?
We hear you, Jim.
Yeah.
Welcome, Jim.
Nice, dude.
My clock says 21:12. I'm ready to listen to Rush.
Within 100 centimeters of the web.
Nice.
The spider
Oh, I love that. Hang in there, Kitty.
had raised
I
over
love his hair soft because he conditioned it.
I like this setup where if you talk, your face pops up for a minute, huh? Even though the memes are rolling.
All we see is memes on the screen.
Suck it, suck it.
I think that's just for us. I'm not sure if it shows up for.
Oh, that's
Oh,
a
wait a
good
second.
point. Yeah.
I see the face of Jim. Jim, say something. I see your video.
Can you see me?
I see you, Jim. There you are.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if that. I think that just shows up for
Oh,
us.
that's on YouTube, man. We're live on YouTube.
You're live.
Is my camera on? Turn my camera on.
You know, I guess I could get a stream going here of the stream with my other thing.
Chance, are you gonna turn your camera on?
Take a chance, Chance.
Take a chance, Chance. So that's a
Chance
picture of
on
me
me.
there. I included a selfie. Shamelessly
Seven.
including selfies.
7's back, don't you know, with his brother 6 in tow, and let's mute that.
I need selfies from you guys. So have selfies thrown into the pre-show meme mix intro.
That's definitely coming up there on the screen, but my voice isn't popping up, so. Oh, it's probably because my camera's not on.
Yeah, you have to unmute your camera on Zoom, I think. I've unmuted my camera. Oh, I see myself on the YouTube. There it is. All right.
Ask to unmute.
If I stop the screen share, does that mean the show begins?
What's going on here? Oh, I see.
I think this is
I
a
understand.
successful sound test. I think they can hear us. Someone in live chat, can you say that we hear you?
They hear us. I'm
Do they hear
positive.
us?
Oh yeah.
I don't. We
Let's
need
not
confirmation
start the
from
song
live
again.
chat.
Let's just do the thing. Yeah.
But I
They're
love
here,
this
we're
music.
here.
But we all love the song.
I've heard it 3 times in a row, 4 times in a row. It is good.
What's your favorite part of the song? I like when the spider builds hammock.
Oh, man. We're going to start out by testing Chance's limits. Come on, man. Let's start the show.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop my screen share. I think that means the show be. I think that's like opening the curtain, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm
Rip
gonna open the
Roaring to
curtain.
bust out this bibliomancy.
3, 2, 1. Bibliomancy.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Welcome to episode 67. From the best of Uncle John's bathroom reader. I've opened a page in the middle, and it is very spider friendly page. These are amazing anagrams. I should be more well lit. Okay. There we go. Amazing anagrams. We've got television becomes TV is one lie. We got Francis Ford Coppola, cold popcorn affairs. Justin Timberlake becomes I'm a jerk, but listen.
That's so accurate. It's killing me. He wouldn't even be able to argue against that.
Okay, so the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln becomes a past sensation chills me, or a fiend shot in a barn. The whole phrase.
Yeah, that's crazy. I've always wanted to build a more sophisticated anagrammer that's not us relying on somebody's browser-based one, one that uses real crunching power and be able to put a bunch of variables in there like that, use common words or use less common words or use proper nouns and all that stuff so that we could make it easier instead of having to work hard honing it down ourselves. Because that last one, that's crazy, man.
It's a good one.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
there's more on that page. Those were just my favorites.
Should we do a wacky joke too?
Of
Yes.
course.
Okay, Nebraska is what naturally opened, once again, bibliomantic comedy at this point. When Nebraska was being settled, there were many clashes between the settlers and the Indians. One battle left a settler badly wounded. A doctor arrived and asked the man, "Are you in great pain?" "Only when I laugh," the settler gasped.
Wait, was I supposed to laugh?
Thank you for laughing. I was trying. Maybe I read it wrong. Only when I laugh, gasped the settler. That doesn't change the punchline any, does it? Okay, there's a couple more here. I'll read the other.
What is specifically funny about that?
Yeah, I didn't get
I
that.
think it's.
Could you read it one more time? Start it over. Start it over.
Second time.
Well, I'm going to listen to this.
First Nebraska joke in the 101 Wacky State Jokes by Melvin Berger. When Nebraska was being settled, there were many clashes between the settlers and the Indians. One battle left a settler badly wounded. A doctor arrived and asked the man, "Are you in great pain?" "Only when I laugh," gasped the settler. I mean, it's got to be he's got a bullet in him joke, right? And that's.
It's funny because he's so fucked up.
Wait, did he
don't
break
move
his?
it like this, you know?
Wait, he broke his funny bone, and it hurts to laugh.
Yeah, I think
What happened to him?
I think all of us and our audience are included in these people that are more likely to overthink something instead of just getting a stupid non sequitur laugh out of it. So
that's what I did. I just laughed for the fun of laughing.
It really helped me because that dead silence. I had a feeling of what it was like to bomb on stage as a comedian there for just a second.
It wasn't because I was trying to seem like I got the joke. I didn't. Okay. I don't think I got it.
Okay.
Non sequitur.
Okay.
Is that a Susquehanna alchemy shirt?
Yes.
Bro, it's so badass. If I bought every shirt from every guy that I wanted, I'd have a lot of really cool shirts. So I don't know what's stopping me.
Thank you, J to the B, for sending me this shirt.
Yeah, I got to get one. That's nice. I wonder if there's more than one color.
I'm sure. I think maybe.
Well, it's that I have that immediate feeling of a fear of being accused of or looking like I'm just copying Chance. It's like a little
Let's
kid
do it.
feeling. You know?
I'm copying you. Look at all this facial hair I got now.
You really are bulking up the beard.
You
guys want one more Nebraska joke or not?
I mean, the first one, I want to see if all Nebraska humor is that all flat.
Right. Well, there's two more here.
See what I did there?
Is it that
better
than there's only three total. That makes sense, I guess.
Is it that plain?
Yeah.
Nebraska?
I thought it was a plain joke. Are you in great pain?
Joke.
But then it's like, no, it says pain. Okay, second joke. A young cowboy got his first job at a Nebraska cattle ranch. "Do you want a saddle with a horn?" the foreman asked. "No, I don't need a horn. I don't expect I'll hit any traffic on the range."
The honkening.
Wait, how far away was he from it? What was the distance? What was the range?
Well, yeah, they just asked him if he wanted a saddle on his horn. No, a horn on his saddle, pardon me. And he didn't think he'd find any traffic on the range. So.
Right. It's funny that you mentioned about how you had this vision of being on stage as a stand-up comic and then no one laughing at you at all.
Yeah.
And it's that moment where you just feel like, oh.
Yeah, this is it. This is where I screwed up.
Exposed. I'm so exposed right now.
Made a terrific mistake, and there's no going back.
I'm entertaining absolutely no one, and now the crowd is turning against me, and they might start throwing tomatoes.
Yeah, well, Jim can testify that back in my drinking days, if you were an artist or a musician on stage and you weren't doing great, I might help you out by heckling the shit out of you. If I got drunk enough, I might heckle you even if I love you and you're my friend, just because I don't realize what an obtuse asshole I'm being after I've had about 5 or 6 beers. So,
all right, guys, you said Jim and you said drinking, and the page I just opened this up to is called Fabulous Food Flops, and it's a list of food products that went horribly wrong, like a yellowish carbonated lemon flavored drink called Whiz. Another failure of a drink was called Jumpin' Jims, spelled Jems.
Weird.
The soft drink equivalent of the lava lamp, introduced in 1995 by Mystic Brands, it was supposed to have jelly balls floating in the liquid. A major flaw, the jelly balls settled to the bottom of the bottle. Consumers figured the product had gone bad and wouldn't touch it. Even I wouldn't drink it, admitted Mystic's president. Jumpin' Jims. Do we have a gem in here, a Jem? Can he jump onto the screen?
Yeah,
I don't know.
We're all
we're
all here.
Jumping.
And then there were 4.
Yeah, I've sent the Zoom out link to another person I said, come on in.
Come on in.
Come on in, and he's here. Joshua's here. Let me finish my thought. I was I was connecting the idea of being on stage in the spotlight, in the hot seat, and something I said last week, episode 66, didn't even realize I said it. And then after the show ended, all I could remember was that I had used the words performance anxiety, I think 3 or 4 times. And then I felt really like, oh no, because I felt that perhaps I was not making it clear that I was feeling like the spotlight had just turned on, and then the house lights turned on, and then the spotlight turned off, and I saw that there was people actually watching and listening, and you get that kind of performance anxiety. So I wasn't implying that anyone else was doing a poor performance or was feeling nervous or, broke a leg before they got on stage, and now they're pretending that they're not hobbling on stage with a broken leg. It's wow, sometimes it gets really intense and the spotlight feels really bright and warm and you start to sweat. And as soon as you realize that, how do you recover from that? It's like, breathe deep.
No, I mean, I've had pretty bad experiences bombing on stage before. So, one way to recover is to say, "Hey guys, I quit. I got to get out of here. I'm sorry," and walk off.
What is the largest audience that you've spoken in front of in an actual auditorium with actual people in the room listening? I was asking myself this question. Do you have an answer?
Yeah, probably less than 300 people for sure, especially if you're thinking like an auditorium setting.
Okay.
In high school, I played a song for 6,500 people at graduation. Wow. My high school boy band.
Okay, that's
huge. We wrote an original song for graduation, and we performed it.
That's a big show.
What was it called?
The song?
Yeah.
It was called "We Left This for You." It's on Spotify.
Nice.
It is.
Maybe we should listen to it today.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
It's pretty good, but I'm sad to say that it was not mixed well enough to hear me slapping the bass.
Sure. That's one thing.
Most common mistake in all.
Let me clarify my question and ask it more specifically. Have you been in a situation where you've stood at a podium in front of a microphone, the room was entirely silent, and the only sound in the room was your own voice? I did this twice. Once it was during a funeral, and once it was during an assembly, a chapel for voting for student body senator positions, like student body representatives. And that was my freshman year of college, and there were 600 people, give or take, plus or minus that number, who were all sitting there for the first time, bored out of their gourd, forced to sit there for a half an hour and listen to 12 of their classmates go on the platform and give like a 3-minute speech to say, vote for me right now within the next 30 minutes to decide who is going to represent you for the rest of this year in the college situation. And I was like, oh, this is no problem. But I'm sitting there. And as soon as I get up to the platform and I have my notes ready, I'm like, I'm not going to look at anybody. I'm going to stare at my notes. And then I cracked this joke. Basically, I was saying, as your senator, I have heard you speak. And this is a private Christian college. So we had visiting hours in which the opposite sex could enter the dorm room with the door wide open, right? So then if you have dorms in private, you have your housing situation on the campus. And the rules were that if you're the men's dormitory, women could visit during an approved set of hours. And I was like, we could make the motion to say we want to extend visiting hours more nights per week for longer into the evening if we agree to keep our doors wide open. And when we're sitting next to the opposite sex, sharing a couch together, we will sit one open Bible width apart. And since we all have the same standard Bible that we use as our textbook, we all agree to place that wide open thigh to thigh. And I said it very seriously. And then I went to my next point, and then everyone just started laughing because they realized it was a joke.
It's really funny. I'm glad that you got a laugh. So that's a pretty big laugh then, right?
I got to laugh, but then I felt so like all this energy. What do? I have 600 people like smiling and laughing and enjoying me. And now my time's up because I only had 3 minutes. I think it was 3 minutes, 30 seconds. And then I had to go sit down. And then I'm sitting there for like the next 15 minutes, just like shaking, just like I'm still on stage and they're still watching me. That sort of nervous energy, that ungrounded energy.
Trying to think how many times I've ever had to be standing there. You know, at my father's funeral, it was probably a pretty big group. And I did find to address them, but it was an absolutely enervating, an uncanny feeling. But I don't know if there's any other times I've had to just like be the MC presenting, you know, getting ready to announce the next act or the curtain coming open. I mean, I've done that a lot for bands, but that's not the same as being in an auditorium with a mixed crowd of adults and children and old people and janitors and everything like that. So
yeah,
it's different.
We do have Joshua joining us tonight. Joshua, would you like to say hello? Maybe you have a story or an anecdote or something to share with us?
Yeah, actually, I've done a lot of public speaking, and maybe the largest room was maybe 50 to 100 perhaps. Well, actually, no, much more. Like, yeah, probably 300. I forgot it did a couple of like larger gatherings. I'm involved in something called Try This, West Virginia, and so the idea is to get people off the get West Virginians off the worst health list. So we have these conferences that we promote physical activity, healthy food, those types of things, and then we give out mini grants so that communities can try and recreate successful endeavors. That's probably the biggest thing.
It's called Try This. That's great.
Yeah, man. It's pretty successful too until the apocalypse. But hey, we gave it a shot.
Yeah, it's understandable. It's hard to drag anything from pre-2020 into the other side without it being maligned in some way. So hopefully you guys can keep it rolling because that sounds like an excellent program.
Well, our community did get another grant. We're promoting the local kayaking water trail. So that's what we got our grant for. My idea is to try and make a passport to health to compete with the green passport, or the jabby jab or whatever we call it on here.
Yeah, we have a lot of.
I like cowpoke.
Yeah, cowpoke is great. We're going to give Chance the honor. Got to poke them all, huh?
So this is the voice of Joshua that you're hearing tonight.
I can try video.
33 the branch in chat.
Indeed. Yeah. I'll try video. I don't know if it'll work.
Yeah, the video works. Thank you.
A little dark.
It is nice to put a shadowy face with our shadowy faces.
It's all
yeah,
right.
I'm super curious. I want to
It's
see
very, very brave and courageous of anyone to use a webcam and a microphone and talk to a bunch of strangers. It's sort of a trust exercise in trust that we won't put anyone in too hot of a seat and too hot of a spotlight.
Oh, here we go. Greetings, Joshua.
Hey. Healthy. But
So
that was probably the biggest example I can give.
I have something I want to share to the chats. Maybe crowdsource some research here. I found an old Masonic newspaper called The Neph while I was looking into the Neph from Egyptian culture.
Mm-hmm.
Talking with Mario on my show last week, we busted into some interesting similarities between Indian culture and Egyptian. So this came up. I'll screen share just what the front of the magazine looks like. I'll also put this in the Telegram. The Neff is the symbol of the winged egg, and it has to do with like it has to do with like the spirit of life force energy itself, according to what I've been able to find out about it. But yeah, there's a lot of symbols for the Neff. Anyway, this magazine, the link I shared takes you to pages that are pages of this magazine.
So this is archived on iapsop.com.
Apparently so, yeah. And basically the first page will be your table of contents. If you look here. And
That 1881.
1881.
Okay.
A very interesting year. So I don't know. I'm kind of lately taking my time and quickly glancing through some of these articles that have interesting names to see if there's any secrets revealed, things
they
that
have
we've forgotten.
Public speaking tips in their essays and poetry?
I'd really like one that I'm looking at next would be which of the gods was Serapis? That would be good to know. What do they say?
I've heard it pronounced Serapis.
I think the Greekish way would be Serapis. The I making the E sound, but there's all those pronunciations are considered correct. How you just did. It's kind of more fun to say it different every time, right?
I agree, and I think it's important
of-
to not judge people based on pronunciation of words that we definitely none of us have ever heard spoken in their native way.
Yeah,
you
the
know?
Baru of word pronunciation is not one foundation or organization. There's a lot of people who agree that they have the correct pronunciation in the American English vernacular.
Yeah. For example, some people would say bureau instead of bureau.
Both are right, though, I'm sure.
I agree. I
One
love
is
the way
one
Alex
is more
says
correct
bureau.
than the other, obviously. I don't know why someone would need to move their mouth that much and enunciate so clearly.
It's like lip entropy.
Oh man, have you guys
Like
ever
they have
seen
an
that
agenda
video
or something.
of the black guys from Maryland trying to like one of them becomes self-aware. They're pronouncing like there's a sentence like Aaron earned an iron earn. And the way that they pronounce things in Maryland, it's like they just say earn. Like, and the one guy you've never seen it. I'd love to throw it on, but I don't know if we get copyright risk hovering over our head. But maybe I'll find it here in a minute after the break or whatever, and drop it in the chat so people can check it out. But it's really funny, and it definitely goes in the
I get
pronunciation
suspicious of
category.
anybody who walks up to me and says, you're pronouncing bureau wrong. And I assume that maybe they actually work for the bureau and maybe they're not on my side. So I have the right to remain silent. Any men in black or female body inspectors or central intelligence agencies or some, it's like if they work for the Federal Bureau of anything and they're not Publishers Clearinghouse awarding me a check, if they're not Mormon missionaries or Jehovah's Witnesses knocking on my door, I don't know. Identify
It's
yourself.
pretty easy for me to imagine Alan receiving the check. Like he seems like the guy that opens the door. Yeah. And they give him the big check and he's like, yes, 25 grand. This is exactly what I was hoping would happen.
I was praying for this. This is an answer to
That's
prayer.
right. Answer to prayer.
Thank you.
You
So
mentioned
right on the front of that Neff thing I shared, this is kind of neat. It's got a list. Okay, so this is apparently an ad for Edward Stillwell and Son, wholesale manufacturers of Masonic furniture, fittings, clothing, jewels, swords, charms, and rings. And while this isn't a comprehensive list, I don't think, we can see that you get a nice embroidered collar at certain degrees,
Like
a waist
priest class.
sash at the top 3, and a belt and a frog for the 11th degree. So
Belt and a frog.
so you know what the frog means now, apparently. If you ever see someone with a nice eagle and sash and sword on his belt with a frog with the sword, You'll know.
Joshua has something to say.
Oh yeah, you mentioned the Mormons a moment ago, so I wanted to mention also that
Can you
Matt-
get a little more volume, Joshua? I think some people in the chat were mentioning
I'm
a hard
so
time
sorry.
hearing.
Yeah, I can you hear me better now?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I had it sitting a little further back. So Neph, the way it was spelled is Neph. There's a Mormon book of Nephi, and it recounts some interesting things actually. And I was reading through a little bit of it. I have a portion here a friend sent me earlier today. So yeah, it was actually today. So Second Nephi 23. Well, actually, I think this is 24, verse 4. I'll read 3. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall give thee rest from thy sorrow and from thy fear and from the hard bondage wherein thou wast made to serve. Very much like in Egypt, which is where the 7th-day Sabbath comes from, which is cool because I wanted to talk about the 6th day and the 7th day and the last creature that was made in the twilight of the 6th day, known as the Shamir. But I can wait and talk about that later. But
This may not connect to anything, but it might be an important synchronicity, so I have to mention it. I have this pickle here, and we were kind of left in a pickle before we started to go live. But now the more that I look at it, you can see the skin kind of resembles like a frog or a toad. So I have to mention that now. This could be a synchronicity. This could be divine feedback.
actually,
I don't know if I should eat this or not eat this now that we've uncovered this information from the Neph.
well, wait. If you look at the picture of the Shamir before you eat that, you'll notice it looks a lot like that pickle. So maybe you'll appreciate the
How do you spell Shamir?
likeness. Shamir. It was the last creature created on the 6th day before the rest.
Okay, this is getting really weird that you would mention that, right? Because we talk about how the storks deliver babies, and there's a stork on the cover of my pickle jar. It's a Vlasic classic.
Hey.
I'm really freaked out right now, guys.
Yeah.
Hold on. It says Les plats croquants des connequons. I think that's French for something. That's the best pickle I ever heard.
That makes sense.
French occultists
Crunch.
are doing something weird to me right now.
Yeah, well, Vlasic's marketing has definitely always been around the crunch.
Right.
I happen to already be on a website of ornithology, birds of the world. So I'm going to look into some stork stuff, I guess.
The
I
historic
happen to
part.
already be on ornithology of the world. So let me use this
I'm not
bar real
kidding.
quick.
This is
I
what
know.
happens when we weave and our minds synchronize.
Welcome to Weaving Spiders. Welcome.
Something really weird's happening right now, guys. I'm feeling weird.
Episode 67.
I feel it coming on. Like,
Maybe
you know,
it's
it's a
just
little
because
bit
I haven't
of a
eaten
slow
enough
start,
yet.
but
I'm gonna eat the pickle and the
getting all
bananas.
tingly.
Well,
I
there is a story about the bird that actually lights upon the first mound of earth, and in the Egyptian cosmology, there's a mound of earth that forms. This is where the pyramid comes from, and then the stork or phoenix or whatever bird, the Malak Tau, king of the way, he lights upon the first mound of earth, and then lets out a great cry. So again, you're in that first 6-day period when that occurs. It'd be the one where there's both birds and bird propeller. I don't have that.
Can we get a little higher volume from you, Joshua? It's hard to understand you.
I'm sorry, I guess I could just scoot it up. Or,
Yeah,
I
you
don't
can
have
speak
there's a way
louder
to
too. You're using your
turn it up.
library voice, your inside voice.
It could be maybe a more
project.
There it is.
projecting voice. Yes.
And
Because I really want to hear the stuff you
rumors right
share
now.
in clarity, because you've been so valuable since you started coming around with amazing knowledge.
well, thank you. So the bird is kind of like the first priest, sort of, in a way.
Is that like Thoth or Thoth or Toth?
You can put it that way. Yeah.
Thoth?
and thus would have been the secretary, the keeper of the secrets,
Mhm.
keeper of the spoken word. You can kind of see that also in the Poimandre story in the Emerald Tablets, when he's speaking to the dragon.
My pickle is green. That's emerald colored. And I want to squash any rumors right now. People are wondering why is this guy here eating bananas and pickles, and is this his way of like encoding a message to the women in the room to say I'm pregnant? So I'm not really ready for a birth announcement or a gender reveal, but you guys can there's maybe a gift registry if you guys want to start planning the baby shower. I mean, a man can be pregnant, right?
This
Wait,
is a
I had
callback
to-
to joking around that we were doing in the green room about eating your birthday cake before it's come out of a vagina.
Whoa. I wasn't expecting that last sentence at all.
Whoa.
That's what it's called. The word for placenta in Greek means cake.
So you were talking with Kurt Kallenbach, and there's some really great stuff in the second hour of that Interverse episode.
Yeah. Agreed.
So we're kind of joking around about birth and placenta and babies and storks, but there's some real truthful information, some wisdom there.
Yeah, I think that it goes further than just the legal sorcery of trading part of yourself, the afterbirth, which you don't really do consciously. Your parents do it for citizenship. Gabriel would really be the guy to come in here for a home run on that particular subject.
About the
I
birth
think that
certificate.
to really get into the depth of what I think about it would require quite a lot of groundwork of, well, this and this and this, and maybe all these things
Yeah.
connect. But like where it ends for me is that I think maybe, to put it in as best nutshell as I can, since we're talking placenta casserole, that like every other living being, this living part of a human also is a vessel for spiritual energy, life force energy, consciousness, and perhaps goes on to continue existing in spirit after deceasing from physicality. And yeah, what could that mean if it's been kind of chopped off prematurely and thrown in a medical hazard waste bag and traumatized, compared to if it was honored and buried on family land, or even taken back into
Yeah.
the mother? Any of those options. I think that there could be something to do with the Karen, the devil on your shoulder or the angel on your shoulder, a psychopomp, if you will, personal to each person, whether or not it's a dark psychopomp or a figure that helps you redeem yourself. I think that has maybe everything to do with your own relationship to your body and the recognition and the reconnection of your awareness to this part of you that was basically pilfered when you came into the realm and you didn't even know it. Anyway, that wasn't really concise, but that's the deep
Well,
end of what I think about it.
It makes me think of this idea of twins and how, if what you said is correct in any way, and I think it very obviously is, we don't have all this information about the placenta and strange details that we're not familiar with or that are lesser known for no reason. And of course, in the animal kingdom, they don't treat it lightly either. It's not like they leave it sitting on the ground and quickly chew through the cord and abandon that part. There's, even in the animalistic kingdom, there's some kind of honorific process. So it makes me think of the idea of twins, like Thomas and Jesus as twins, like the
Me
sacred
too.
twin concept.
I actually got into the John, Jesus, Mary thing with Ben Balderson. There's another episode 13, Odin's Alchemy, where I give actually like a full presentation on where I was at up to that point on the whole concept of your spiritual twin and the placenta and the Merkaba and the light body and all the possible correlations that may be telling us a story of a particular vehicle to reach the northern temple?
The Merkaba
Yeah.
chariot.
So check out Odin's
also,
Alchemy episode 13. Maybe I'll look up some slides from my PowerPoint folder.
I wanted to mention what gives the pickle its crispness is alum, by the way. Forgot to mention that. Kind of like we were talking about A through L the other night. Alchemy, aluminum. Just a few things that Al brings to mind.
Whoa. The
What'd you
Vlasic
say?
Pickles mascot is a stork because pregnant women crave pickles. Whoa.
Dun dun dun. Did you say an owl? Is that what you said, Joshua?
Well, that was a phonetic similarity.
At the moment you said that, I was looking through a drawer here to my left, and at the exact moment you used the phonetic joke, I put my hand onto a roll of duct tape that's covered with owls. So
I'm stuck in a screen share. Take it over, Chance.
oh, you're stuck?
Yeah, I'm stuck in a pickle loop.
Okay, here we go.
Can't stop eating them. I want one, I eat one, and I want another one immediately.
I can take over the screen share.
Yeah, please do.
Okay.
There he is. See?
It's a
Owl
Zoom
tape.
thing. Yeah, I'm trying to how do I get out of a screen share?
All right. This is a
Oh,
Pelargopus capensis, stork-billed kingfisher. That's what I was looking at. If you wanted to
he's
know what was on my
beautiful.
screen.
Yeah, he's beautiful.
I had a really interesting experience over the summertime that involved kingfisher. It was an augury experience, augury is related to birds.
Yeah, we're sinking into our language of the birds. I'm kind of
Remind me
curious
what
now that
augury
you've
is.
teased
What's
us about a
augury?
kingfisher story, because I'm looking at a kingfisher here.
Mm-hmm. I can tell
Augury
that-
is basically did you ask what augury is?
Yes, please.
Augury is the reading of omens, like the entrails of a sacrificed animal, or the flight patterns of birds, or tea leaves.
Okay, so it's like a
Animal
general...
auger.
Interesting, yeah.
Now, interesting too, I believe I need to go source this, but I believe the actual etymological origin of that name has to do with the Greek word for the stomach. They were the readers of the stomach, but I have to go pull out my Pierre to confirm that. Maybe on the intermission, I'll grab that book. Should always have it at hand.
Pull out my Pierre.
Pierre Sabak. I wish that it was a digital book so that I could cross-reference it a lot more.
Pulled out my tiara.
easy to
I
get the
don't
info
know
out.
why, but I just felt like a tiara fits the situation somehow.
I got one made out of copper and crystal.
I got a toque. I found out that they call hats like this up north toques.
Yeah, you too.
That was new to me. But I'll put my toque on.
When I was in high school, I kissed a beautiful girl on the hand, and she said, and I quote, "A kiss on the hand is nice, but a diamond tiara lasts forever."
Did she stay in your life forever?
Nope. She was one of those skinny, beautiful, but kind of bland and stuck up girls. I'm pretty confident she's never going to find the stream, so I'm not afraid to be somewhat blatant on the whole thing. And we're always friendly and kind towards one another. But it was at that moment that I realized that my interest was already waning. If you didn't want to accept my overemphasized romantic chivalry and in accepting it instead imply that I should give you a diamond tiara, then I already kind of have a roadmap for where we're headed, and I don't want to go.
Is this what it feels like to survive Lupercalia?
I think it is.
We are the lone. I wasn't gonna say Lonely Hearts Club. I think that's a dance song or a club song, like Owner of a Lonely Heart or something. We are like the lone survivors of Valentine's Day on the stream. I think we're evidenced by our signs of life here. And I was looking into this meme with Kanye West holding a legal pad, a yellow legal pad, to confirm, well, he's alive, and to confirm that he's in control of his Instagram account. I think specifically it was Instagram. So he's holding up the yellow legal pad, and he's writing on the pad like, you know, my account hasn't been hacked, and then people were taking that yellow legal pad and then erasing the text and making it into a meme template, and people were repeating this action that Kanye West, the artist formerly known as Kim Kardashian side piece. Is that what it was about?
Well, yeah, they've separated or whatever, and she's moved on to some guy named Pete Davidson, who apparently used to be in some kind of relationship with Hillary Clinton. And Yee, I think he's changed his name now to just being Yee, has moved on temporarily, at least, to some other girl whose name I don't remember. But you know, there is evidence that him and Kim are still communicating on a regular basis.
It makes you wonder if this whole social media presentation is completely orchestrated and played for likes and hits and memifications, like they're gaming that system of celebrity gossip to keep their names in the headlines. And if Gilbert Gottfried, you know, the voice of Iago from Disney's Aladdin, goes ahead and holds up a yellow legal pad to basically say my account is not hacked. Here's my cameo. I will provide a customized video for you. I'm strapped for cash. He's trying to collect some monies.
Oh, I didn't realize Gilbert was trying to get the cashola out of it.
Right. He was using it as a I'm going along with this meme stream energy, and I'm trying to get your attention because everyone's sharing yellow legal pad memes. So he jumps into the ring with his yellow legal pad holding it up. And then when he posted to Instagram, he was saying in the information, the comments below, basically like, I'm on Cameo, a website where you can pay me real world money so that I can say, happy birthday, Chance Garton. Or, you know, if someone wanted to purchase a cameo with Gilbert Gottfried, reading any script or text that they have prepared for him to do, and they would negotiate a payment. So celebrities are really finding a difficult time with Hollywood. The Babylon is burning down, and people are less and less interested in what celebrities are doing. So
now, did you guys see when Brett Favre got tricked and got in trouble because he was doing a similar thing where he was using his voice as a financial vehicle and plugging things in audio, and some crafty Chan board types sent him a script that was not too terribly glossed over and encoded as being like against the Jews. Did you guys see that? It was really funny. I mean, I found it funny because, like, you know, Brett Favre unwittingly is reading this paragraph that's like pretty much saying, like, you know, hey, the Jews are horrible, but don't worry, guys, we're going to survive if we just stick together, but it's all encoded. And then so he doesn't have any idea what he's done. And then he gets this huge blowback, and, you know, just classic Chan board type of story, similar to the Hitler did nothing wrong meme with the, what was the beverage? I'm sure Alan will remember and help me, save me here.
I think it was
Mountain Dew.
I thought you were talking about that. It was like there's this citrus fruit that has a color orange, and people call it an orange. And then when they squeeze the juice out of the pulp, that could be offensive to some ears if they hear it in a specific way and interpret it to mean something. But I'm not a denialer of someone who appreciates the orange pulp in their orange juice, and I know other people.
Oh, no, you're not a pulp guy, are you?
Well, let's concentrate. Let's concentrate here and freeze our thought for a moment to focus on vitamin C. It's very important, and zinc. And how do we survive? Well, we've survived Valentine's Day. We've survived Blue Monday. We seem to have survived the world's deadliest
Cooties.
Plague,
Maybe.
pandemonium situation. But I don't think we're still quite through that yet. So maybe that's I'm hydrating by eating pickles and bananas and
You're hydrating. This is the first time I've learned of the hydrating.
I'm eating
properties of pickles and
85% organic dark chocolate bar.
That's tempting.
Guys, I think what we need to talk about, since we've brought up touchy race subjects, is, let me get it up here. CNN needs us to know why shrugging off Joe Rogan's use of the N-word is so dangerous. Okay? Because what Rogan and those that defend him have done since video clips of using the N-word surface on social media is arguably just as dangerous as what a mob did when they stormed the U.S. Capitol on January 6th last year. So
is it
just everyone knows, Joe Rogan using the N-word a few years ago is as dangerous as the Capitol riot.
That's, to me, this is like the Finord. This is like the N-word. It's like there's a Finord here, and some of us are seeing a Finord, and other people are hearing the N-word.
N-word.
This is coded. This is a dog whistle, right? There's something going on here that isn't on the surface of this headline. Are words really that dangerous?
No.
If Brett Favre says something by reading a script, receives money for it, and he's just reading a script, he's an actor reading a script. If someone's in a movie and they're playing a villain and they commit a crime in the movie, do we in the real world send them to trial for the murder that their character created in a movie? Are we at that point where we can't tell what is reality and what is hyper reality?
Well, to go on, this amazing CNN article says Rogan breached a civic norm that has held America together since World War II. It's an unspoken agreement that we would never return to the kind of country we used to be. That agreement revolved around this simple rule. A white person, white capitalized, would never be able to publicly use the N-word again and not pay a price.
Wait, did Joe Rogan literally say, and I quote, N-word? Or is the N-word a placeholder for another word?
We can't say it. We can't say what it's a placeholder
We can.
for.
We could say it. We could shout it over and over again right now until they kill the stream if we want to.
I think
They
Disney handled the situation really well with their Winnie the Pooh situation, as Winnie the Pooh might represent a Chinese politician, but that's a different story. So when Tigger says T-I-double-G-er, does that rhyme with N-word?
Yes, I think you know it does, Alan.
I just think it's amazing how far the attempts to get everyone to look at racism.
Well, they're moving fast
to go.
now. Yeah, they're moving fast. I mean, I call it communitarianism. Some people call it communism, but this whole social engineering of, well, they've been doing it forever, but now their tactics and their strategies have changed in a big way, especially surrounding cooties, cowpoke information, etc. Started, I would say, really the ball really got set rolling, in my opinion, in the lead up to the 2016 election, and then with the fantastic magical mystery tour of having the alleged billionaire Donald Trump become the sitting president of the United States of America.
So I have with me today Charlie Brown, and that has nothing to do with race or skin color. Say his name. Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown.
He's peanuts. He's peanuts to these people.
Did you know that peanut's not actually a nut, but it's a legume?
It's a legume.
Yeah, I remember that.
Tricky
I ate some peanut
how
butter
words-
sandwiches today.
Words can do those types of things. Just like the word freedom, it's a loaded word.
It is free. The
Makes me
word
work
comes
too.
from the concept of, well, the older way of using it was that you were free of the city or free of whatever jurisdiction. And what that meant was just that you had the rights of and the obligations to a particular corporate. And as Gabriel said in his newest video, shout out Gabriel, corporate means death speak, corpse orator, corporate. Yeah.
Mhm.
So freedom, and it's got the dom, it's got the dominion in it.
Yeah.
It's really a word that refers to being free to do what you're told, being free to, like open air prison type of freedom.
Or Freemason, P-H-R-E-E is one of the real spellings.
Really?
Yeah, and whenever you're told that you can travel anywhere and work, so the boundaries don't mean it's not, you're unrestricted. You're allowed to go exercise your trade.
A little louder, please, Joshua.
Oh, pardon. Did you hear any of it?
I think you were talking about how they are traveling men, right?
Yeah, so they're permitted to travel to different countries and cross boundaries. Normal people wouldn't be allowed to do that. So, they're given that privilege. So they're free of bond, so to speak.
Yeah, so it's reminding me a lot of the word liberty then, because I always used to explain to people that they emphasize liberty a lot, especially back in the day in the, what we call patriot movements. And I always emphasize the pay because there's so many shills. It's way worse now than it ever was, but it always existed that way. But that they would focus on liberty. And
Don't
really
say it 3
liberty-
times.
Uh-oh, too late.
You were reading my mind because I was thinking there's a commercial jingle and it's liberty. If I say it 3 times, exactly repeating how it's pronounced in the commercial, now I've spread that liberty meme, which is for a business.
Is that the emo
Yeah,
one? Because
I was
there's
just talking
another
about the
bird.
idea that being at liberty is not anything like the concept of being quote unquote free. And then we add the word freedom. So I guess the word free maybe is still representative of this core concept that I really have at the core of my being, which is to be free, whether it's physically or spiritually or any other descriptive way. The idea to be unimpinged by others and not obliged by some set of rules or expectations or taboos, like Chance said. Hey, don't say this word ever, period, especially if your skin is a particular shade, because that's the way the world is now. And if you change that, then that means we're going backwards. This is all a false dichotomy. This is all nonsense.
I thought you were going to sing a
Brainwashing.
song from Wizard of Oz because
Because of the wonderful things she does.
Wonderful.
Oh, but is that the emu commercial as well? Or is that a different? Can't remember.
Was the 3 times liberty an emu commercial, Alan?
I think
Is
it's
that
a
right?
mutual commercial for car
that's
insurance.
Liberty Mutual.
Let's
Yeah,
remember too that
We're not
liberty.
free advertising for any of you folks who are trying to get us to use your memes to advertise your goods and services for us. We're not collecting any coin or peanut butter or goats for repeating your advertising jingle. So I'm gonna try not to do that.
Boy, we might get tempted if they were offering goats,
I guess the
especially me with
real.
my farmer outfit on today.
It'll be interesting to see if the algorithms pick it up. So if you guys see anything pop up.
Well, we did survive the Super Bowl. And there are some people who will say, I only watched the Super Bowl for the commercials. Did anyone watch the Super Bowl for the halftime show or the commercials or the football game? Was there a reason for anyone to watch the Super Bowl this year?
I didn't
didn't.
watch any of it, but someone told me that there's an entire commercial about Uber Eats where a bunch of dumb celebrities eat like deodorant and dryer sheets and stuff because it was delivered by Uber Eats.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now that's a particular kind of brainwashing.
I think
You're
there was
gonna
one that had to
eat
do with
whatever
like
we
Arnold
bring you.
Schwarzenegger being Zeus too. Someone told me.
Yeah, I glanced through an article by Christopher Knowles about Super Bowl commercials, but it was I was in a place where I couldn't necessarily use audio without it being disturbing. So all I saw was the beginning screen of the commercial along with some of Mr. Knowles ranting. It was funny, of course, well written. I didn't go back and ever watch the commercials. I used to be a football fan, but I no longer watch football. And
The life of the party is here.
What's happening, fellas?
Hey,
what's
the
up,
dissident. Have
Gabriel?
you seen Fnord?
I
Joshua.
was talking about your newest video not long
nice.
ago.
Nice.
I came into a weave fully caught up on Slick, so that's always good.
Awesome. Which one was my last one? I forget.
You were giving a half hour of disclaimers about the work that's coming soon regarding your full exploration of the echidna. Yeah. You're like, my favorite part is you're like, look, if you got a Lilith tattoo or something, you're fine, but she a hoe.
Is she
So
a
tactful.
faux show?
Yes, sir. She a hoe.
Proof of hoedom?
Well, I mean, I don't understand how anyone's gonna argue from the position of if they were informed of what they were getting when they got the tattoo.
Right.
Right.
We know who Lilith is, so there's not really a strong position to defend. You have to embrace the hoedom to have the ink go into your skin at that point because you already know.
SB Elger, you look a little bit like a farmer tonight, so I'm going to assume you have a daughter and there might be a dowry situation. How can we make sure that your daughter goes to the best spider? And is there are there rules for dating your daughter as the farmer father? Not the former father.
Hold up. I don't think she's old enough, Alan.
Yeah, chances are. I mean, that's the knee-jerk reaction I had silently inside of my person was, I got two daughters and they're young and ain't no spiders doing jack shit, bro.
It may seem comedic, but it's a lot like Joe Rogan's use of the N-word. It's horrifying, and you should pay a price.
Nah, I don't think it's that bad. I mean, the thing is, once we hit this point right here, now the air has been cleared in a new way. So then if a person proceeds to try to intentionally get my goat, well, then, no, and I don't think you were doing that.
I thought you only had sons. I thought the idea of a farmer's daughter didn't exist, but now I'm going to have to shut up and put a pickle in my mouth.
Fear not. No, I just decided to throw this outfit on for fun because, a big part of any of these shows, whether people realize it or not, is costuming and staging and settings and all that stuff. And I saw my bright purple shirt and my overalls hanging in my closet. And I remember that I had this hat that I'd already kind of doctored up for a pirate party that we went to. And so I figured, hey, this is going to work. And when I walked past my lady sitting on the couch, she said, oh my gosh, the Idaho is really taking hold. What have I done?
It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
I mean, I can't see. Are you on cam? There he is. I probably need to change my settings so the speaker who speaks large.
Joshua, good to see you, man.
Hello, Gabriel.
Glad you made it.
Of course. Yes, of course. You were wanting to talk about that Leonardo statue tonight.
Oh, I've got that ready to share.
Meow.
Pull that up.
Meow.
It's a spicy one.
Hey, Chance, if you like later, I could share the story about the kingfisher, by the way. So,
Yeah, I do want to hear that. I do. Indeededly.
Oh
There's
my
a small
gosh.
art gallery in Walla Walla,
I
Washington.
feel like
called
I should make
Kingfisher.
this image higher resolution before we share it.
Do it.
Yeah, I would
We'll wait
recommend.
for you. We
There's
can
some
jive for a
symbolism.
minute while you do that.
There's a lot
Drive
of
away.
there's a lot of symbolism in the background of it.
Looking good, Jim.
You too, my friend.
Yeah, Jim, what do you think of all the things up to this point in order? Please riff on each.
And all the things in order.
Yeah, everything
Well-
we've talked about, even tangentially.
I think that the order was exquisite. I love when one thing comes after the other. The fact that they were in an order is better than no order, so that's cool. Actually, I was singing New Order today when I was walking around. Bizarre Love Triangle was in my head. So that's a thing.
I'm trying to remember, how's that song go, Jim?
It's a good
All right,
question.
you don't have to sing it. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking about that. You don't have to sing it. If you want to, that's fine. But I just realized I just like it. Kind of insisted that you sing, and that is not true. You don't have to immediately start singing at my behest. I apologize.
It's one of those things that you find yourself singing. You don't intentionally start singing it. You just like it's coming out, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, I'll have to Google it because I just don't remember.
Every time I think of you, I get a shot right through with a bolt of blue. Every problem of mine is a problem I find. Living my life, something.
Hey, thanks, man. I think I know which one it is. Thank you, though. That was I know what you mean, though. There's a lot of those type of songs. It's not like you in any way ever want to or decide to sing it, but it comes into your head, and sometimes it even just comes right out, and you're singing it. You're like, why am I singing like Tainted Love? That's one for me that happens, you know.
Oh yeah.
I blame Dan Aykroyd, certainly. He's partly to blame for me sometimes singing sacred Tainted Love, pardon me. I'd say that's a similar song.
Hey,
Because I
I've
think
got
this-
that
this
image
is-
blown up, so just cue me.
Oh,
Yeah,
do
and
you
I'm-
need permission?
No, just if you
I'm
guys
gonna-
want to see it.
Interrupt to give an affirmative to the chat that I just saw that you mentioned. I'm not going to say what it is, but a chance you just said something, and my answer is yes.
All right, that's 2 for yes.
Yeah,
3.
yeah.
I'm not
Okay,
opposed to it.
I'm gonna forward the Zoom link to Mario. If you're listening, watch out for that.
It's a me.
So
And then I'll bring this image up.
I also extended a invite to Homie Romy.
Sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah. And
I
is
love the
there
idea
a-
of people just piling in.
Yeah. Is there a chance of a WR guest?
That was a possibility, but at this point, which has been forfeited, unfortunately, for this evening.
Okay.
But the river still flows, my brother.
All right. Good.
You know, cicadas like to sing by the river.
I'd more call it screaming. My experience with cicadas, it's not. There's lots of things you can call singing. Whatever that noise those guys are making is, I don't know. Maybe if we slow it way down or speed it way up. And now I'd love to do that kind of experiment. We could probably divine some information by changing the rate of modulation of the cicadas.
I think they're beautiful.
I agree.
Lovely.
They're so mysterious, man. Like, it's weird enough to crawl completely under wet earth, like climb intentionally into mud and lay there and go to sleep and wake up again at all. Like, to me, that's amazing and shocking and strange. But when you get to these like 7 years, 16 years sometimes, like, I am so mystified by whatever this process is. And to me, it's such a strong but subtle verification of the idea that the world is not anything like restricted to the material realm that we were all raised into and preached at, you know, that it was this kind of mechanical thing. It just doesn't, it has to be more like what we call a hypertrochoid setup, you know.
Well, okay, I'm going to bring the screen share down. We'll get to this.
I see something on the screen. What do we see?
But
This
I
is
got
a
to say
knight
something about
armor
what
with the-
Sean just riffed on. I heard this from Foster Gamble, the Thrive guy. He was on with Lindsay's Middle Path show. And he was talking about getting into a conversation with this Chinese dude who was like some World Bank super high up, and I don't think he gave the name of the individual, but it's probably something you could find out. Anyway, he was asking this guy if he'd ever thought about the fact that every cell in his body was basically vibrating light at his base level. And essentially the guy had never really thought beyond the bounds of mainstream material paradigms. And what Foster said that apparently sent him on like a whole spiritual quest was every 7 years, all the cells of your body completely replace themselves. But Sean, you were there the whole time.
Right.
So whatever Sean is some kind of metaphysical being.
That's right.
He's not those cells.
I got to interrupt you, man, because I got to tell
That's
you.
it. That's
I
enough.
had
It blows my mind.
You know, I had a terrible long-term relationship, toxic, horrible romance with a woman, and that's who is the mother of my 2 children who don't live with me. That's a long story, but the day that I learned that information, it coincided with me doing a quick math problem in my head. First time I ever heard this, and this was at least 3 or 4 years ago, maybe more. And I had this overwhelming sense of relief that some kind of renewal had happened, that it wasn't actually me anymore, that whoever that was stuck in that horrible, strange thing and struggling, all of the cells had recuperated and replaced themselves to the point where now I could truly say, including all of my hard mental, emotional, psychological, spiritual work to try to renew myself, to encourage this situation to improve and change, which it has, obviously. But that on top of that the physiological improvement also had happened. It gave me a terrific sense of joy and relief to find that out, you know, like, oh yeah, like that guy is, I'm still here. It's like, to me, this always ties back to that metaphor of the boat. And if a boat is constantly under the shipwright's repair and modification to the point where the preliminary boat that was christened maybe with champagne and instilled with some kind of spirit into the wood, if anybody knows about boat making, they do that, you know, they add spirits to the boat oftentimes. When every single piece of the boat has been replaced, but it's over the course of 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, does that somehow mean it's a different boat? Or does the spirit of the boat and the name of the boat carry? And even though all of the preliminary parts are gone, is that still the same boat? And my answer is yes, because it's our idealism that creates the idea of the boat. You know, there's some reason that we have this kind of core idealism. When I first learned that, I always I cling to it immediately, like the idea that there is a
like
oneness.
The real thing is the spirit of the thing, the blueprint.
That's right.
And that's what your spirit does for the body. It creates the template that the body grows out of.
Right.
And I think, Mario, you may agree with this. The circumpolar toroidal fractal that we talked about on the last interverse, that might just be the blueprint for everything in the entire dimension.
That's a great way of putting it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I
The
feel you.
Well, that's why I said
blueprint
hypertrochoid,
may
because
be-
that's what it is.
Printed by a blue man on a yellow legal pad. He might be
Nice.
the architect of this situation here. Papa
Makes
Smith.
And
sense
he's
to me.
wearing he's also wearing a Jacobian red cap,
Yep.
Young Phrygian cap.
like
Indeed.
the cat cap.
Jared's been sharing some excellent stuff in the Telegram chat. Thanks for doing that, Jared.
Jared's the man.
Welcome, Mario.
Yeah, I didn't even.
Hey there,
I
thank you.
didn't-
Oh,
White.
dude, you're all good.
Thanks for the
Yeah,
great
yeah.
show this week.
Oh, for sure. Oh my
Feedback's
gosh.
been
Yeah, it was really
super
good. I
good.
don't think I finished
Really?
it, but it's
Nice.
so good.
I'm glad to hear that. And man, on a personal note, you just helped me move a lot of energy with that, honestly. So that's huge. It's been really, really rewarding to see some of the feedback, and some people are reaching out and coming to new revelations. And yeah, all in all, man, that was excellent. So thank you once again.
This is funny, but like I have this low key intention to be of shamanic service to my guest as the host, even though I don't state that openly. A lot of times it does kind of like that. The whole experience is healing and cathartic for me and the guest whenever we get to hit the flow state that strongly. I mean, it is flow state itself is like what constitutes healing.
Yeah, it's huge, man. So I want to do the same for other people, you know.
Yeah, you're doing it, but you're just getting bigger. You're already doing it though, for sure, man. You're doing it.
Right on, right
Oh,
on.
and in
Thanks.
such a clean and professional way.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and even in bigger ways too, because when you said that, I thought, well, you know, I met Elena Freeland because of your being willing to host, and it wasn't just her; it was a big group of people, and there was power there, man. I'm still riding off of that meeting because I had to drive a long ways to come meet you guys, but something told me that this was a ceremonial passage, you know, before I left, and I like had a private, serious conversation with my girl, like, hey, I feel like I need to do this, and because we'd already traveled from the Walla Walla Valley to Astoria, and then so to backtrack from Astoria back to the PDX metro area is a jump, you know. It's probably 3 hours, but it went by like nothing. The time with all of you guys there went by as like time out of time, and then I don't even remember the drive home at all, you know. I just was floating on it, you know.
That's awesome, dude. Yeah, I saw like half of those people today.
Sweet.
Yeah. So we're still doing it.
Yeah,
it's good stuff. So open invite, by the way, if people are in the Pacific Northwest, close to Portlandish, and want to meet up or hang or what have you. You know, we love the like in-person interaction. So if anyone here is passing through, definitely get a hold of me.
I got the invite from a mutual friend for September, and really thinking strongly about making that happen. So I'd love to see you later this year.
That would be great. He told me about that. That's awesome.
And then that revealed to me how I found out about you when you started last year.
Oh yeah, sure, exactly.
yeah. So where do we go next, guys? The statue?
Yeah, man.
The Da Vinci?
Did you see what I sent you?
Okay.
You're gonna dig it.
Okay. Do you want me to put that up after this one?
Yeah, man.
This
we'll
my
just look
chance
at this
screen
big
cap.
first.
That would have been a perfect meme template. Chance Garton holding his phone with that cheese and grin on his face. This is my chance. I guess I can go back and watch this episode.
Yeah, this is recorded for posterity permanently.
Yeah.
Can I just forward this to the Spiders group, Gabriel?
Yeah.
Or is it secret to reveal on screen later?
Yeah, you bring it in later, but yeah, share it with everybody. So Joshua, tell me everything you know about this. This has been boggling my mind for so long, and I just want to pick your brain on what you know about this thing.
Already makes me think of Tracy's work talking about the medieval knights that never took off their armor that may have been like serpentine humanoids.
And it's gonna weave in with you, Mario, big time. I'm sitting on a ton of info, but I want to get it.
Is this
all
ophiolatry we're getting into?
Oh, it's gonna be so good. So hit us up, Joshua. What is this thing called again?
Well, that's the sculpture. What I know about it is that it's a sculpture by Leonardo da Vinci, and it's named Intentionally Off Path. And as you can see, it's depicted in one of those armors, which kind of look like what you would see on the alchemical panels. Sometimes they have what they call the angel collar on. And so the idea is that this armor, I guess if you've ever seen like Full Metal Alchemist, that anime, something like where a spirit's trapped in a armor or in a vessel. And in this case, of course, it's the lion-headed serpent type of thing. And so what I think it might be a reference to is the Ariel or the lion-headed entity. You can read about these types of creatures in the Bible as the lion-headed men of Moab. They weren't all necessarily good, but I see these as like a humanoid from the cat kingdom. Like if every kingdom had its own creature, and but there were some humanoid versions like dog men, lion men of Moab.
Yes.
Of course, we are the humans, and then you had like minotaurs that were, bovine humanoids, and Pan was like a goat humanoid. So there was a lot of the mixing there. But man had the visage that could paralyze and evoke terror and things like that. So man was set at the top of all of them, but you would see a lot of crossing in between. So I think this is an example of maybe one of those lion-headed men motifs. But again, focus on the angel collar there that goes downward in a V shape. It almost has like a face or visage there as well. But yeah, so the lion-headed men of Moab also served King David and were very loyal, and they're skilled fighters that could bound over walls and see in the dark and all sorts of weird things like that. But that figure also resembles Yada-Baoth, the lion-headed worm, which was of course known to be blind and chaotic, but was an archon with great authority. Some call him like a chief architect, that kind of thing.
Yes.
But where
Keep that projecting up a little bit there.
Oh yes, pardon.
You're good. You're good. It takes a little practice.
So, and then one other thing it could relate to is in Mithraism, your fourth degree, I think, is the soldier degree, which is what was common with most Roman soldiers, most Roman legion. And then your fifth degree was the Leon Cephalon, which was the lion-headed, and the symbol associated with that one was a Vajra, which is that bronze-looking thunderbolt tool, and then the sistrum, which was the rattle or drum. So basically, your Dojri and Vajra were symbolic of the lion-headed degree, and then the next one was Perseus.
Oh shit.
Which was the
Hey,
founder.
Joshua, I want to ask you, when you said about the lion-headed men serving, you said they served King David.
A few of them did, yes.
Now, is that biblical, or is that extra canonical, or are you getting it from a pseudepigraphal works, or because I don't remember hearing that, and I'm curious. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm pretty sure that's canonical. I think it might be in Kings or Samuel.
No, cool. I'll look after. I mean, I'm going to look now because I'm curious. I love this kind of stuff. I love being the student of the Bible my whole life, and there's always like, what? Like, there's like stuff that you don't like. I don't remember hearing that, and then you go look and it's there, and so I appreciate that. So I'm going to mute myself because I got a heater on and I don't know how loud it is. So
sounds fine, Sean.
All right.
But so yeah, the Persian degree would be the next one after that, and he's like the founder of the Persian Empire. I can never pronounce it properly, but the Achaemenid dynasty, I think, founded the Persian Empire.
So I have the degrees here in my notes. And when you brought this up today, I had to go dig because it's way back in the back. But tell me if this resonates with your ranks of the Mithraic order of the initiates here. Do you get? I have Raven is the first, Nymph is the second, Soldier is the third, Lion is the fourth, Persian it's a fifth, Sunrunner is the sixth, and Patar is the seventh. Does that ring a bell to you? Does that sound true?
It rings a bell indeed. I had made a mistake and thought that Leon Cephalon was the fifth, but it's the fourth from what I heard there. Heliodrama, I think, is another word for the chariot driver. So when you see the chariot man with 4 horsemen, that's that degree. And it's got a crown and a whip, like the Abraxas you would see with Dynamo whip.
And you
so
say
yeah.
that's on which number?
I think Heliodrama is the Sun Runner or Sun Chariot. I didn't recognize it by the.
Oh my goodness.
And then Pater is father, which is emblematic of, on the picture there behind the armor, you see the mitre cap. So a mitre and shepherd's crook would be the symbols of that degree. And a ring. A ring symbolized authority too. So kind of like in Dune, he had the Duke's ring, you know. So
Right.
So the ring would be authority. The shepherd's crook was for shepherding, and then the mitre is actually the red cap. So the Jacobean cap you see. Now some of the caps I've seen depicted will also have the Leo glyph on it, so probably preserving some of that lion-headedness in that degree, I would imagine.
And we talked about this with Mario on his first debut spider weave, but the cat and especially the lion and the serpent symbolism, they really tangle together. Like right here.
Yeah. That's
Aramanius. It's supposedly a Mithraean god, but it's a very obscure one, only a few references, and seems to come from the Persian Ahriman. It's Ari, which is lion, Manius, Ari Manius.
Yes.
And yeah, theoretically, according to Plutarch, these the dark side or the evil side of Oromazes, or which is basically the same concept we see over and over again in these ophiolatry cults, which is the angel of life, angel of death, the dual god, Dis, right?
Yep. Deus, the dose, the double.
Yeah, but this is a really wild statue of
there's
Arimanius.
Pater as well, which was the father of the French.
Pater.
Yeah, he's French, and they claim to be from the underworld, his line of folks. But you see that also with the Fomorians in Ireland and a few other places. These demigods or whatever you want to call them, men of renown, they would father tribes of their own.
Yeah, this seems to me like we may be on our way to Gabriel's most recent content after all, which is the corrupted divine feminine, the dark goddesses, because where else do we see a lion-headed or cat-headed deity? We've already talked about Bastet and her worship center Bubastis. What kind of toxoplasmosis science were they up to there? Who knows? And then we haven't really spoken much about Sekhmet, but that could be a good, interesting place to go. Definitely another solar deity. She wears the Uraeus on her head, which is like the sun disk with the snake cobra head coming out of it.
Yeah, and as long as we're taking things and steering in that direction, I want to remind people that I think it's in the Tracy Twyman book called Money Grows on the Tree of Knowledge, where she talks about the origin, what she believed to be the true origin of money, being that there was coins minted to be held in exchange for whatever the sojourner or the pilgrimage maker is bringing to the temple. And so you trade your 5 doves or whatever it is you're bringing, and you get your coin, and your coin allows you the opportunity to make love to the temple prostitutes who are standing in the form of the goddess herself. That's the hat trick, that you bring your offering, you get to go fool around with the goddess herself. And that what happened as things turned truly dark was that the men were all enslaved and castrated and forced to stand as prostitutes in their castrated form, so they're like prostitute eunuchs. And that the reason that it's been a long time since I've read the book, but in my mind, I remember that it was speculated by Tracy that the reason she thought that things swung so hard into the male dominated Abrahamic religious, the whole pomp and circumstance of it was because it was such a bad experience having been enslaved by the dark goddess worshippers and forced to
Tessarion
be castrated.
makes that point too.
Sarion?
Tessarion does. And one thing
Okay.
that he brings out is the possibility that in a primordial time, the males of the human species were not aware at a certain time that they were responsible for parentage.
Right. Okay.
Because
Yeah, I
it's
haven't
such a
read
long
Sarion,
time
but I
after
always
the
wanted
act
to.
before the baby shows up. There's theories out there that it was a closely guarded secret, the mysteries of childbirth and pregnancy. And we know how
Okay.
much sorcery revolves around childbirth still to this day. So
Right.
Yeah.
it's interesting point to make. Also, that more than likely our interpretation of everything alchemical, astrological, symbolic correspondences in general derives from the female cult lineages, because the idea being that in a hunter-gatherer dynamic, pattern recognition is really more of a feminine skill, whereas the male skill is quiet, brute force, that type of thing.
Immediate. Yeah.
Just thoughts, we
No,
neither
thank you, because
confirm nor
that goes
verify,
together. Like,
but what
I
you're
really wonder
saying-
if Sarion ever interviewed Tracy, because they're kind of old hats. We might be able to look around and find that they crossed
I'll have to
paths.
ask him about that if he's
Yeah.
familiar with her.
Oh, that would be amazing.
He's very well read. If he's not familiar with her, he'd probably be interested in at least some of her books. The Baphomet one, at least, I would think.
Yeah.
He's definitely hip to probably the same sources as her. I've
I'd
actually
be
been,
shocked if he's never heard of. I'd be really shocked if he's never heard of her at all.
yeah, probably has.
That is so profound. Can you imagine, just the other day we were talking about how the Dune has taken out the inner monologue and the psychic dialogue between people, and how on one level, at first glance from the mundane, we're like thinking, okay, so they don't want Chinese people to realize, or even people who don't have an internal monologue, not just Chinese, but anybody out there who's been washed of that ability, they don't want it to reveal that there's such thing as an internal monologue. And maybe it's been bred out of a whole group of people. But then you take it even to a larger scale, and it's like, what if they've taken out the idea that we have a monologue with the divine ourselves, and we're getting subjugated from our ability to connect with our own conscience, and that are they breeding that out? And then relate that to the fact that there might have been a time, an entire race of people, that the men didn't know they were the fathers.
Yeah, which would make them so much more ripe for being slaves, because then you're just in this mysterious world where there's powerful tribes of women, and they can bring forth more people, and you don't even know what it's about.
Yeah.
There's just,
Exactly, Sean.
yeah. So that's far out.
That is so
The
profound.
idea
And
that
it
it's all
may
tied
even
to the
lead to
alchemy of
why
money makes
the-
a lot of sense too.
Why the castration cults could catch on is possibly with the thinking that if I become like her, I'm more powerful.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, wow. And then the homunculus, they get convinced that they could eventually do a homunculus, and that whole mythos kicks in.
Right. Then they figure out the magic. Now we can make creatures too.
Well, the idea of the homunculus being like, how do we do it without her? Yeah. Once they figure out that the male seed has something to do with the whole equation.
Wow. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gabe mentioned two things now that I was actually thinking, so I felt that I should probably comment. That's how the weave works, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
So also in Dune, if you go to book 4, I mentioned this in the Telegram chat today. So Leto II becomes the God Emperor. He becomes that worm that we see in the armor. He covers himself in sand trout and loses his humanity over a period of time. and then he marries his sister in a non-sexual way, but and it just solidify rulership. And that's the Eros Gamos divine wedding, the Artemis Apollo. He truly becomes like the Apollyon, and then rules the entire known universe and creates this all-female army of what he calls fish speakers, because he said that a male army became like a predatory force when it didn't have an enemy. It would turn on its people, and whereas a female,
What did you say they were called? The fish people?
the fish speakers.
Fish speakers. Okay, thank you.
And he says the reason for that was because the first priestesses talked to fish, like koi fish. So we see this go back to like Aquarius, Pisces. And so anyway, once he converted to the worm completely, he had this military force of all females that were more nurturing, so they didn't like turn on the people, but they were still brutal. But they could also use their charm as part of the tool of subduing, you know. So I just wanted to mention that, you know, that did become prevalent there. And there was one other thing he mentioned. Oh, the homunculus. Yeah, I was thinking about that too a moment ago. And they tried to create them in like flasks and such out of manure and bodily fluids and such. But Nicholas Flamel was one that was noted as being successful with that endeavor, and they would try to create like the talking heads too, which maybe
and that's the Baphomet. The Baphomet is a talking head. That's the same thing, you know. And Twyman covers the suspicion on Flamel about whether or not he was going to the worst possible black magic of actually procuring babies to I believe for the process of creating the homunculus, you know, that somehow you're able to use the fresh blood or whatever, you know. I think it's in the Baphomet book where she kind of throws Flamel under the bus there and puts a lot of speculation on him as to whether or not, because there's like there's reference to the graveyard of the innocents, which is, you know, sometimes they would sneak in and steal babies' bodies and stuff. But he like protests too much in one piece of his writing about whether or not someone would actually take that step. And that was her speculation, like, because he's like, oh, and of course, you know, people do this, but I would never do that. And that would be a horrible, terrible thing. If anyone were to ever do that, they would incur upon themselves horrible penalties and feel a terrific amount of guilt, or, you know, like it went on and on like that. It's like, Nicholas, got something you want to tell us, bro? Because this entry is longer than all the other ones or whatever, you know, like.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Tracy covered the idea, I believe in genuflect, of a mystical occult ritual involving a homunculus type creation via anal birth.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's
right?
Like the main, it's like the main horror show of the book, right? They call him
Yeah.
the April Fool. You know, they procure a little boy on April Fool's Day near a statue somewhere in London. And then the rest of the process in the book cannot be
Piccadilly
described,
Square.
certainly in this broadcast, and certainly shouldn't be read by people who have a weak stomach or aren't ready for it, because it is the most intense ritualistic magic description I've ever read anywhere in my life.
Yeah, definitely. This is interesting to me because when you look up feces in symbolic dictionaries, you will see a correspondence with gold. And there's a lot of stuff having to do with sodomy and the anus relating to the sun as well.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes the anus too is referred to as the eye of Horus, and the vagina being the mouth of Isis. There's actually, dude, do you remember a lot of the genuflect book? It seems like you recall some of it pretty well, Sean. Because at some point I might have to
I only
talk to
read
you.
it once.
Same
you know,
here.
So I mean, I've always intended to go back, but I'm just not ready yet. I will read it again at some point. But you know, the book's bad enough. It's not bad, it's excellent, but you just have to be someone who's worth your mettle. It's a rite of passage to read it. And I mean, the whole story is that Tracy started reading it, and she essentially started like really not being around or available. You know, part of that was because she was under digital and in real life harassment, but part of it was because her habit to do that. She would retreat and come back with huge articles and whole tomes written. And she said that it was kind of like a mediumship process, that it was all coming to her. You know, she didn't claim that she was a medium of something. She wasn't using ritual magic. She was never a person practicing ritual magic, but she did work a lot with the Ouija board, and she described it as being similar, that it was a similar feeling and vibe, and that the book came through that way. And I mean, Jim, if I get anything wrong or you remember anything, please correct me, because I'm just going from memory here,
This
and
is
I
good.
don't
I have a
trust
question.
my memory perfectly. So
I have a question for the Nintendo fan club now that we're all assembled here with Roman and Mario and Gabe and Jim and Joshua and Chance and
Romy.
Sean and Romy, homie, how you doing? So,
Yeah,
Romy,
welcome.
homie, question: do you think that Nintendo should offer an ebook reader on their Nintendo Switch system so that we can read on our Nintendo Switch systems? Is that like a
I
feature
mean-
that's completely lacking in the hardware right now? What's going on with Nintendo?
I think that defeats the purpose of enslaving the minds of youngsters to video games.
First thing
Since
popped into my
Lieber
head.
is book
I wanna
is
hear
means
Rome's
freedom,
answer.
to call back to the
Right,
freedom
so-
Let
conversation.
Roman
in
finish.
Latin,
I need to
Lieber
hear
is
the answer.
both.
Nintendo, why don't you have an ebook reader software on your Switch? And I don't want to have to jailbreak my Switch to install extra software so I can read ebooks.
They're working on it. They're working on an algorithm to read the aura that'll write the story of your life all there on a screen and make you be like, wow, what a fascinating story. But you don't even know. It's all about you.
I wish you were wrong.
Hero of time.
Good to see you, homie
Oh,
Romy.
it's a
Glad you made
pleasure.
it, brother.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you. It's always absolutely a pleasure. I'm just popping in the back and, listening to all of the absolute beautiful, silky, sticky stuff y'all be spraying out of your eyes of Horace's there. Yes.
Hey, you know
Very
what I'm
sticky
looking?
tonight.
I kid you not. The Eye of Horus is on my screen right now as I'm looking at the page for Hathor. So, which is Horus's consort. Because I'm still on this, like, honestly, I was on this last weave, but there's just no room for it. I wanted to go here. And then Gabriel went there with his newest video, or introduced and disclaimed it. So I'm really want to maybe keep on this bloodthirsty goddesses thing.
I think it's a
buddy.
good subject, because I think that's what they're doing, is that they're bringing forth the, what they're calling girl power and divine feminine. But really, it's this. I think it's a sleight of hand to move us back into this.
Black Madonna.
Yeah, the Black Madonna, and to elevate the status in such a way that it can't be questioned, doubted, or you can't contrast it to anything. You have to give it all reverence and homage, or else or
And,
else
to
literally
quote-
cut your junk off.
To quote Barbara Ehrenreich from her book Blood Rights, she says, in the logic, in quotations, of our own time, violence is an exclusively male attribute, so that the notion of a predator goddess can only be a cultural oxymoron. But then she quotes another author, as Jean Eslane emphasizes in her study of women in war, women do not have any innate inhibition against fighting and shedding blood. So that's kind of a starting place, but I'll continue with a quick read. Let me even put this one on screen. This is From Hymn to the Goddess, sacred text. I believe this is by Sir John Woodruff from that magical year of 1913. Let me get my screen share set up. This is a slide from, I helped Tessarion make some video presentations, and without just ripping off his whole presentation, I've been kind of looking through some of his slides for clues, because there's a lot there. And this quote, Lady of the altar, the lady to whom abundant offerings are made, and in whom every god rejoiceth on the day of sailing up to Abtu, that is death. She who prevaileth with knives, the mistress of the world, destroyer of the foes of the still heart, lady of might, who danceth on the blood-red ones, who keepeth the festival of Hacker on the day of the hearing of faults, terrible one, the lady of the rainstorm, who planteth ruin in the souls of men, the devourer of the dead bodies of mankind, the orderer and producer and creator of slaughter, lover of the fire, pure of slaughterings which she loveth, cutter off of heads, venerated one, lady of the great house, destroyer of fiends at eventide. Just that's the direction my mind's going right now.
Yeah. Well, it makes me think immediately of Kali Ma.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
So one more slide from him, from Michael's presentation, and this is missing all the context of all the amazing things he has to say during each slide, but check out unslave.com and his premium shows. Incredible work. But this is about Ray. And Ray discovers that men have plotted against him. He decides to destroy them. Sounds like a familiar plot. The creator god decides to destroy mankind, but it is Hathor who undertakes to carry out the slaughter. But when she threatens to destroy the human race completely, Ray has recourse to a subterfuge and manages to get her drunk. So Hathor is a sky goddess. To me, that sounds a lot like if the sky goddess decided to wipe out humanity, maybe a deluge would be how you did it.
Mm-hmm.
May I
Yeah.
comment on that? So
Please.
I think the water that we have on Earth, it says it came from the firmament. So I've speculated if maybe all the water once belonged on the moon. So you had this big ball of water, and then you had a big ball of fire. It's because the first destruction was with water. It welled up from the deep, and it also came from the firmament above. And it says the second destruction will come from the fire, which is also symbolic of the altar in the book of Revelations. It's the altar's poured over onto the earth. So, and if you think about it in an alchemical sense, the Lord is performing his great work. So he's combining all the elements back together, reforming, reshaping, everything's kind of taking place in that manner. And so the rise of this dark goddess type thing, this will reach a peak on Earth when that happens. And what we see in what's the pattern? So the first destruction took place when the giants began mixing with humans, right? And creating what the Lord considered abominations, things that were not in the blueprint. But we also see giants coming back today in the form of Enza. If you look at the meaning of ENZA, it's a reference to giants, but actually more particularly female giant. Enzo is male giant, Enza is female giant. So, this is manifesting once again. And if we look to Daniel 2, I think it is, when it talks about the statue, the iron legs and the feet of clay, and then it talks about the seed trying to mingle as well, and then it won't cleave together. So I think that if the first reason to destroy the earth with water was the mixing of the seed and the giants, then the second, why would it be any different for the second? And so I think what we're seeing today is dangerously close to that, because when you consider the Sabbatean Frankist perspective, where they're trying to force God's hand, it's as if they're trying to cause these things to manifest using universal law. They're trying to provoke or poke God's eye, if you will. And one more thing. So the dark goddess could also be Danu, like the Tuatha De Danann. They chose to depart from Yahweh, which was the father spirit, Pater, and they went with Mater, the Danu, the goddess. And so you could almost look at this as a left hand versus right hand type of thing too. But she was known as the dark goddess. So
where's you said that that's something that you see is happening in the world now, but I guess I'm not familiar with it. Where are you seeing that right now, Joshua?
In influenza, which which in Latin translates to influence of the stars.
Interesting.
It was once thought that plague plague comes from the starlight, which the Pleiades play a big part in that too. So the females were associated with sending plague and destruction and things like that as well.
Right.
Even other cultures.
Yeah, no, thank you. That
And another interesting correspondence with the Pleiades, the seven sisters of the Pleiades also has an earthly resonance with the seven territories of Venice. And those are sometimes poetically encoded as the Pleiades of the heavens, but in fact, they are talking about the relationships there of Venice. And we all know about the Venetians and their influence on culture. Just a quick parallel there.
Oh,
well, yeah,
well,
and it's 7 hills of Rome and
Yeah,
7 mountains,
exactly.
and I mean the number 7 is
Yes.
correlated with many hills and
Venus.
mountains and other symbols.
the 7 hills are where a lot of the pagan religions got their start and went out into the world. And one in particular that comes to mind is Pan had one that Valentine's Day kind of came out of. And then there's another one that's real prominent, Quinaral Hill, which is where the presidential palace sits. That one's associated with Janus. That's where the gates of hell were on display from October to January this past year, by the way.
Oh, interesting. Rodin sculpture.
Correct. And it was the 700th anniversary of Dante's death.
What?
Wow.
Alighieri?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's his name.
Yeah.
700 years since Dante passed.
it was his anniversary of his death. So they used the Rodin, the unfinished sculpture of Rodin, the Gates of Hell, which is interesting that he died while it was, he didn't finish it. He died before it was finished.
Yeah, it was like a cursed thing or whatever. And I saw the study of it in, if anyone's traveling in the Pacific Northwest, close to the Columbia River, look out for Mary Hill Museum. Famous man who is most famous for building roads named Sam Hill. His wife, Mary, he took his mansion and transformed it into a museum because she could never adjust to living out there in the middle of nowhere next to the river. So she went back with her family and he converted the museum, the house, the huge mansion into a museum. And it's a beautiful, wonderful place. Now, it's not a huge sweeping, overbearing museum like a European or New York City museum, but it's still well worth seeing.
Whereabouts on the Columbia?
Let's see. It's past. If you're traveling towards Portland, it would be past or close to Biggs Junction, but on the Washington side. I think it's a little bit more than halfway. It's been a while, but a bunch
It's like
of
an hour and a half east of Portland.
Okay, hour and a half east of Portland. Thank you. Yeah,
Something
Mario.
like that,
Have you been
yeah.
there, Mario?
Yeah. I'm not too far from there now.
Yeah. I used to go sometimes just for fun, like just talk your friends into a day trip. Like, let's go to Mary Hill because it's cool.
Sure.
When that's on the way is also a complete. They call it a World War I memorial, and it's a complete reconstruction of Stonehenge that's not in ruins. It's complete. And the bikers used to go out there every year and have a huge ritualistic pagan party, and God only knows what else. Hell's Angels all show up. It's not like it'd be a big surprise if there's some sacrifice going on.
Yeah.
Ross Ben, by the way, he did an incredible presentation about the occult history of Philadelphia, and he gets into a lot of public works in Philly, and he knows his shit with Philly, right? And he gets into Rodin, and there's a lot of his work in a museum, and it's on the Benjamin Franklin Parkway. And when I was in Philly, he convinced me to actually go there, and they have a replica of the Gates of Hell. And dude, he
Awesome.
completely just goes all in on the significance of that and why they would do that and where it's located in the city and how it relates to the signing of the Declaration of Independence and how that aligns with Aldebaran, which is one of the eyes of the bull in Taurus.
I was just thinking that. I was just
now
thinking
what's
that.
his name again? His name again, please, Mario.
Ross Ben.
Ross Ben. Okay.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Now Rodin is Jim's sculptor, if I remember, favorite sculptor, if I remember correctly.
That is correct. Love
Nice.
Rodin.
Yeah, stuff's great.
So
Wait a second. Can you? I just want to put a pin in Aldebaran. I want to come back to that later, please.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I spent a little time with that star. Actually, more than a little time. It was a rabbit hole for me. There's so much going on with it. It's insane.
Let's pull some of it out because I was totally on that wavelength, right? As you were
Really?
saying it about Ross Ben and Aldebaran. Just this week, somebody was talking about, somebody dropped some Shelby Downard Jr. material, and he was talking about the revelation of the method and talking about the rifle that killed JFK, which was a Bulldog 44 rifle, and that corresponds with so many things. It corresponds with Aldebaran, the bullseye, which is the occulted birthday, the secret down underground. Nobody's supposed to know the birthday. The real Declaration of Independence started under that sign.
That's right.
And so attacking JFK with that kind of gun, making him the target, the bullseye, the target,
Yep.
is only for those who know what they're seeing.
Whoa.
And this is where the bulldog, that is the logo for Target, that dog, they put the bullseye on the dog's eye. He's a bulldog. That's the bullseye.
He's a bull terrier.
The bull terrier, right? I saw that in your videos. I got that
Yeah,
in your
really
videos.
good.
In this,
We have hit our target time of 2 hours into the stream, and now we're moving.
Can't believe it's been 2
towards
hours. That's
an
crazy.
intermission, so we have a lot more to say. We're going
I
to
need some
say
drink.
everything. Those of us need a little stretch break. We're going to mute our cameras, mute our audio. The stream will continue. We will be back after a short intermission. Save all your thoughts, write all your notes, get everything organized, and we're going to return real shortly with all the best answers and even better questions that we've never thought to ask before. So we're going to play that theme song probably twice. It'll be about 6 minutes from now, and we'll all be back for.
Yeah, well, we're going to do it like Jeopardy. We're going to give the questions or the answers first and the questions last. So see you when we get back.
We'll be back shortly. I'm going to cue up some theme music here. We're going to play some memes.
I can't hear your music, my friend.
Raise over 100.
Oh, that was a false start. Let me try this again.
And now
I'm still here. I'm going to share the screen. I'm going to share the sound,
the spiders of the web.
and we're going to enjoy the intermission. We're going to stop the recording maybe too.
The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for socket. Waited for the caffeine spider was exhausted. Caffeine spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack 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 Spider. The web structure was not affected. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was not affected. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers. Waited until the caffeine spider was exhausted. Caffeine spider.
We're still in
Nice web,
intermission.
Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider.
I mean, I'm here.
Jim is here.
Nice web,
That
I'm
Chan-
just
Crack Spider.
cracking myself up with these memes.
Nice web,
What do you see?
Crack Spider. The web structure was not affected. But the spider
What do I see?
Yeah, what do you see?
Everything.
Grandma Gertrude.
Grammy Gertrude. Harris.
You might have to explain some of this sometime. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a good point.
The spider can't go
But then it wouldn't be a meme if it was explained.
The spider can't go within 100 centimeters.
Good point. If I wanted to add more to this slideshow, how might I submit a meme or an image or something to be included in the slideshow?
The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the The spider
I would say put them all in a file
raised over 100 young.
and then just add to the file.
And now
Although
the spider
I've got a big folder. If someone who isn't you or me,
web
maybe there's someone in chat
and raised
wants to add an image to the folder.
you can send it to me. Do you have another image to add?
the
Oh, I-
spider figures building.
I have a lot of images to add. A lot of these are my images. I want to see your
Yeah.
images.
Yes, sir.
Show us your images.
Show us your images.
Let me see.
I've come to see the images.
Videos too, GIFs. I love animations. This is Alex Lore original. Excalibur, Calvus, Calvus, Calvus.
Yeah.
All your images are belong to us.
I love this original Weaving Spiders Welcome here logo.
Insert images into the cloud.
That's actually a placenta. It's not my
Nice.
placenta.
Wow.
I'm gonna go funge myself.
This is Deuces. We stand Zendaya here. That's not an argument. It's not a debate.
Hey, Alan, did you realize that they took one of the actors off of the Chinese promotion?
Of Dune?
Yeah, the planetologist, the lady.
Leet Keynes was not included.
Yeah, they took her off.
She's a
because of her
wonderful
race.
white male with
Well,
black
yeah,
skin and braided hair.
but they did take her off of the promotional material in China.
Wow.
I think I'll bring up the cameras again. I think this is enough time to hear the song. Did we hear it 3 times?
Press left, Mr. Black Spider.
It's hard to say where it ends and where it begins.
You can probably find the 2 versions in a quick, search.
Welcome back.
Welcome
wow.
back.
Come back.
That last image looked like Ericthonius.
There's a lot of images in there.
That was really something.
We did
I'm stoked
ask
to hear more
over the
about-
music. How could we submit an image? Does Jim have a meme bank that we could store safely our images and memes and GIFs and animations and videos?
That's a great idea.
Jim does have a meme bank, and I try to submit to it at least every day, making my offerings. You guys still hear and see me all right? I've changed from smartphone to a laptop.
Oh, yes.
I can hear you.
And I got to tell you, I brought bananas, but those are just to go with the pickles. And my lady friend, my very special lady friend, man, she said to bring peanut butter because it goes good with it too. So if you hear me smacking my lips on all these delicious foods inspired by the one and only wizard, AlanMarcus.com, then just mute me, please. Thank you. Oh, come on, Pickles. Fucking open up. Oh. Sorry,
Yes,
guys.
you're fine.
Don't you hate it when there's a little bend in the edge of the can?
It's a test of your wrist strength and grip.
Got some wrist strength, Alan. Mostly for playing the guitar.
It is after intermission, and after intermission, it's a little bit later at night. So we do get a little spicier in this segment. So if you're sensitive to sensitivity training and corporate
The capsaicin crew.
yeah,
I like that. Capsicum crew.
what is it? Human resources, meet with human resources to talk about your use of the word.
When you get things this hot,
Your insensitive.
there's actually healing properties when it's this spicy.
Now, I
Somebody
heard,
say
I heard,
spicy.
I heard one of you was using yellow legal pads and saying that your yellow was
Yes,
not
Chance.
as great as the bleached white pads of paper. So we have some already some controversy about color choices in paper documents. So HR is going to have to resolve that real quick.
So I have a question, Alan. Were you eating sweet pickles or dill? Or no, those Vlasics had to be regular, like
Vlasics are the classic pickles.
right, but definitely sour still not. I chose the sweet like hamburger pickles.
Right. Would you send out pickles as a bingo prize win? In the bingo prize pool, do we have some pickles? Could we send those through the mail?
I mean, I could go buy more of
That's a
these.
great that's a great
I
prize.
think I got these from a very special place. I might be able to procure more, but I do want to remind people that at some time in the not too distant past, I was able to take some of my crypto-esque or digital-esque currency and send enough. Let's say enough for five. No, enough for well, let's call it five because maybe I want one for myself. But we have available in the bingo prize pool 5 original pieces of art from the terrifically insane artist Johnny Larson, who's also an unbelievable musician. He's a rapper and producer of hella awesome kick-ass beats. And I remember I'd mentioned it in passing, but I want people. Well, I want everyone involved with the show to know, especially the producers and the content creators here on screen. But of course, even more importantly, those of you that might have created for yourselves a psychic bingo card and are in the process now of attempting to fill it out according to whether or not someone says the correct astrological sign or the word placenta, or maybe the words placenta casserole or perchance. Nipple. See a nipple. If someone's smoking on screen, there's a dog on screen. Someone holds up a book. Sometimes that'll help a bingo participant.
Yes. We do have winners from episode 66. We had a drawing with some great prizes awarded. If we've mentioned your name, and I'm going to read them again, if we've mentioned you've won and we haven't contacted you, you haven't contacted us, we need to award the prize. Please contact us after the show immediately or during the show. Send us a message, Telegram, Twitter, whatever it is. The winners are, for the drawing, the Mario prize, the grand prize. The winner, Kaylee 1221.
Nice. Congratulations, Kaylee.
1221 adds up to 6, and it was episode 66. So it's good magic there to win. We drew a second name. That's Sean Clark. Sean Clark was the second winner in the drawing. And we had some actual bingo prize winners. Jenny B won with 5 in a row. And we do have another winner. I think he's with us tonight. Joshua played bingo. 5 in a row and claimed a prize.
It was the first time, and I actually had two-way bingo because I didn't realize that the center spot was free.
The center spot is free, yes.
And I had the Lord's name there in the center, so I thought maybe it didn't count. But
beautiful.
Nice,
I think do we have any other announcements to make at this point in the time before we get back in the weave? House cleaning, announcement stuff.
I would like to. Can you claim your prize now? Because I would like to talk with Chance. You said that we could do a call with a spider, and so that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to talk to him about Final Fantasy VIII. Buddy,
we were gonna do that anyway.
I know. So that's what I wanted.
Wonderful.
Yeah, but that was gonna that's on the house. I want to have that conversation.
Well, that was I just saw that as a natural thing, so I wanted to make
nice.
Wonderful.
Well, buddy, I'm into it. Hit me up tomorrow.
All right.
Do we have any new prizes?
But just not between 3 and 5.
Any new prizes to put into the bingo pool?
I can offer this.
I've got a prize for the pool. Let me get it pulled up here to share.
Chance, you look like Chris D'Elia almost, the comedian. That's what I thought when he first came on the screen. I was like, I don't know if you guys know who that fool is. He's crazy.
I heard of him. I'm trying to remember Chris D'Elia.
Delia? Is it Delia?
Delia?
Oh, yeah.
What's the dealio, dude? Is it Delia or Delia?
Wow, I think we also have another announcement to make about Telegram that is forthcoming. So we have a Telegram chat room that's open. We're transitioning our Telegram stuff. So we're going to announce that probably Wednesday, and we'll make it clear next Saturday what's going on with Telegram. In the meantime, if you're in the Telegram, you'll probably read the announcements. So we'll help you there. If you're not on Telegram, and you still want to be part of the hashtag Weaving Spiders Welcome community on social media, posting your bingo cards and memes and gift, that's also great. Jim, any thoughts before we get back into the weave?
Twitter's a good place.
I don't have too many thoughts.
Liar.
We have a
Lies.
few thoughts about community values that we're going to highlight. We have a need for some community values so that we extol certain values when we're actively participating in the community. That'll
Don't be a dick, be a dude. Hold on, everybody. This is the bingo prize from me.
Nice.
That's
nice.
Wow.
Now wait, we need to clear up a rule now that I see this prize.
You could get it in black or dark blue or white.
Can we play bingo and participate in the weave? Probably not, huh?
Rachel's done it. I've seen Rachel do it.
I know. I've been this little self-conscious.
But then I feel
about
like
it.
that's cheating because you could direct the conversation.
Yeah,
sneaky.
yeah. You get
I
close
don't
to
think you
prize.
can. I don't think you can do it.
But
You
I
can
think
You can do it for
Play,
fun,
make
but
a
not for
card.
prizes.
right. You make a card and submit the card. That helps with the psychic bingo aspect of it. Claiming winnings and prizes, that might be a different pool. If it's the people on screen participating in a contest against themselves, that's a different league. That's a different
Well,
bingo.
we could definitely do that if someone creates their card and they make sure to post it, and everyone who's involved in the weave definitely has a copy of the card. That way they have their chance to either encourage the process for winning or intentionally avoid subject matter that's on the card as a way to guarantee that the card loses.
Sounds kind of convoluted.
Too much? You think it's too much?
Psychic bingo is getting more and more complex. The more players, the more games have been played, the more boards.
7x7 now.
Well, maybe.
I wouldn't feel so bad now that it's a 7x7 board. Like it maybe we should say, as long as you don't say the word that's on your board, as long as somebody other than
Yeah,
yourself
you can't call it yourself. That's true. That would fix your problem, Gabe.
right.
No, I don't
But you
think
don't-
screen people should play.
We'll discuss more psychic bingo stuff Wednesday night.
I just
Yeah,
really
that's the sound
Now
check
we're
night.
going to close up the section of the show where we do the announcements and the show notes and everything. If anyone's been in the Telegram group and has received a ban or a warning or no explanation as to why they might not have access to certain community groups, we will be addressing that with the new values statement that we will all opt into agreeing in by participating in a new group, and we're going to make new announcements soon about that, so we won't tie up this conversation with that
Can
any
I make
longer.
a couple of little bitty announcements? They're kind of more
Okay.
my things, but
I got a
Yes.
couple when you're done.
okay. First one, next episode of Interverse is with the great Lucas King, aka LC King, who we see in our chats here all the time. If you like the one with Mario, this one pairs nicely. And I'm really excited to deliver it. It's already recorded, so watch out for that. And yeah, it's a very electric, flat earth type conversation, but we get into some other stuff too. And then this is kind of, I don't want to like count my chickens before they roost or whatever, but I'm positive that I'm going to complete and follow through on this project. So I want to announce it because it's exciting. Our friend Lindsay from Rogue Ways, she's also an author and has written some novels. And we have gone into a deal for me to produce and narrate her novel Sine Curve of Aeons. So watch out for that. A couple
Nice.
probably months. It's pretty thick.
Yeah. Stoked to see your production of audio is taken off, bro. Congratulations. That makes me very happy.
It's fun. So keep
Yeah.
me in mind if you're an author out there.
Yeah, you got
Yes.
a great voice for it too. Crystal clear.
Thank you. So those
Yeah.
are my announcements.
Definitely skilled at that.
Nice.
Oh, and Wednesday we got the Peace Dealer, astrologer, the Peace Dealer is real fun coming on Vibrant. So that'll be a real good time.
Sweet. So my only announcement is homie Romy and I just got done doing like 2.5 hours on the Tarot Tories.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's going to be over on his channel, the Rising from the Ashes. I think it'll be behind in the membership section, but it's definitely worth it to check it out. We went the distance. We went the full 22 cards of the major arcana and corresponded them not only with the territories, but modern events that are happening in those territories. And I'll probably bring a couple of those to the table here in a little bit. But yeah, that was definitely worth it. Check out Rising from the Ashes, homie Romy.
Give thanks. Yes.
Yeah.
You know what? When you first brought that forward, I was like, I want to trust Gabriel, but is this a stretch? But the longer that this system exists, the more obvious and evident it becomes. It's like, whoa.
I see it as something that Gabe's been assigned by the ethereal invisible entities to bring this forward because he's the only one who can handle this level of synchronicity happening in his brain at all times and not appear mad. I don't know how you do it and not appear mad, but good job.
Got some kind of Mercury placement. Yeah. I also, so another announcement. I just thought of this one. Speaking of being on other shows, can't wait to hear you on Rising from the Ashes. I think sometime this week, an interview with me on Project Cheney with our good friend Cheney should come out. So more good things. This is a lot. We got a glut of community content here.
Dang,
An embarrassment of riches.
Yeah. Now, Romy, is your stuff available over on Rockfin, or you got to opt into the Patreon, or how do we get the plus Romy stuff?
It's crazy, man. Like I've tried to apply for Rockfin multiple times and it's never worked out. Like, I've
heard that from some other people.
Someone that's already on there.
Yeah. I talked to Mark, but it just never ends up working out. And so we just got a Patreon and we're just keeping it low key. It's like $3 if you want it. And if you want me to just send you an MP3, I'll also do that, just because that, keep it.
No, I appreciate that, but I want people to know how to get the plus content. The best way to, so it's on the Patreon.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Slippity slide on over to the Patreon. What sucks is like they say we have adult content. So searching Rising from the Ashes on Patreon, just typing it in, you have to go through some parameters. It's bullshit. So I can send
they do
you a
that
link
to me
if you hit
too.
me
You
up
can
on
only find it
Telegram.
by directly typing in the URL or clicking a direct link. I have
Exactly.
the same thing.
Yeah.
It's
They did
annoying.
that to me years ago.
It's annoying.
Oh, we
And
all
I
know
contested it,
Patreon's
and
not
they're
that
like,
great.
they're like, oh, well,
No, it's
I don't know
terrible.
why we did that, so we'll put it back. That's what the robot who answered said, and then they still did it. Like they left it like that. So
No, it's a shadow banning worldwide in all kinds of weird, schmarmy, dishonest, passive aggressive bullshit ways. And we're all better to just acknowledge it and say, hey, we're still dealing with it. It's all right. We don't like it, but I'm not killing Amazon Prime this week, so I guess I'm just in a compromise.
I imagine the Roman Rockfin's probably growing really fast, and maybe it's just not easy for them to keep up and make prioritized decisions about who to talk to about bringing on and all that. It's not a huge company, as far as I know. There's not. I only know of a few people.
Yeah, I was considering trying to apply over there
happen.
too, but that's the second person I've heard say that it's that they go through the process and even get on a call with somebody because they've got some kind of process. Obviously, Chance, you would know because you're on there.
David Whitehead helped me get onboarded.
Okay, that helps.
I mean, it's just name. Like the screen where you're just typing in your information. Like it always stalls out for me right around like that. Just like to getting. I've never gotten on a call, or I haven't got past the point where they're like, "All right, we'll go shoot you an email, bud." Like crazy, but
that's good. Yeah, I've seen. I think Chance
talk.
is right. Yeah, it is. I know that's what we need to get back on task. But I agree that I think it's because they're growing fast. They're not a very big company. I'm loving their stuff. Their app's kind of wonky, but I still try to use it all the time just to see. I don't know. I like it better than going to the URL. So.
Well, to be honest, in the time since I've been on there, which is since May, they've updated 100% more times than Patreon has since 2017.
Wow. Yeah.
In terms of functionality in the app. So I think I've seen about 3 big Rockfin updates since May, and I can't remember ever seeing an update to Patreon other than one time in 2020, they changed the app so that the branding was black and white instead of red and white. That was about it.
Sweet.
It should be called Hatreon.
I've got
because I hate it.
I've got 2 more quick announcements. I forgot. So one is there's a real strong possibility in the next week I might be on with Sam Tripoli.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm stoked for that. And also, I forgot, homie Romy, we were on last week. We did a show with one on one. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
Yeah,
It was fucking full moon synchros, all dizzy.
that was a great show. And I got a lot of fresh stuff cooking in the oven from that one, man. That was great. Where can they find him?
So one-on-one podcast, one-on-one podcast is just that. It's one-on-one. And I think that episode, he just said he was editing it up and should drop it next week. But it was a Transformers synopsis about all of the crazy fucking occultic astrotheological fucking predictive programming that they put into that massive fucking breakdown. So it was really good. And it was also full moon. So we were buzzing, bro.
Full moon in Leo, and we're back in the weave. Does anybody else have any quick announcements so we can get back into the
Gravy
train?
on pickles.
Laughlin pickles.
Right.
Whoa.
I
Holy
want to
shit.
announce. I want to
That was
announce that
crazy.
sweet pickles with peanut butter and bananas is delicious, and I recommend to anyone who's got the audacity to try it to eat some. 'Cause it's
There
good.
was pickle pie in the interview with Mario on
Yeah.
Interverse. So pickles are back.
Pickle pie. Pickles are back on the menus, boys.
Weaving is back on the menu, boys. This is part 2 of episode 67. 7's back, don't you know, with his brother 6 in tow. What is 67 times 7? Who has the answer? Who's our math
Pickles.
magician? 67 times 7. Who can do it in their head quickly?
Nope, I'm getting my calculator.
469. Damn, she fine.
469. Oh, wow. Very nice.
Very nice. That's four. That's a cross of 69s on each. A cross of cancers. Cancers 4-way to make the Little Dipper, Big Dipper, Oriole, Boreal, Oroboro, to flip it back, invert it down, centrifugal force in the middle, pulling through the tubular glands upon the lands of the pies, the pickle pie with the Freeman on the cream. Oh my God, beaming with the beans. Jesus, sweet Lord, coming through the seams. Ah, pickle pie.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, thank
That
you.
was fresh, funky fresh.
That's some
Glad you're
inspired
here.
weaving. Wow.
Beaming with the semen. Love it.
So
Hey,
my
well,
weaving
I wanna
right
say
now
that
is
we-
on
Go
War
ahead.
Goddesses still.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say Divine Feminine is the theme. So we started doing monthly themes for the show on RFTA, and January was God, Satan, duality, and this month is Divine Feminine, and so we are focusing on that all month long. And something that's been coming up in the episodes is, hermetic. There's the balance and there's the importance of gender, right? That goes all the way back to one of the base hermetic principles, duality, and the literal principle of gender. But then there's also the divine androgyny, right? There's that, like, Hermes was, known androgynous, and there's like this something deeper than like the feminine, the masculine, it's somewhere in the
Androgyny.
middle. Yeah, is that so? What's up with that? That's kind of a trip, right?
I think they
Well,
made a
we've done
movie
some
about
weaving
that.
about these things.
It's
I'd
Pat,
say.
right? It's Pat.
It's Pat.
Yes.
Just
Yes.
Pat.
Have you
It
seen
just
Pat?
so happens I was looking at a Pat on my image search. So here we go. I've been on a dive of Anath or Anat. And let's just zoom in on her here. Square screen.
That's a continuation from the show with Mario.
Is
right?
that a her? That's supposed to be Anat. So she's the goddess of love and war,
Tomboy?
sister of Baal.
Yeah.
She searched and rescued Baal from the underworld after his death. She was basically involved with his resurrection.
Well, you can tell it's a female because her hard-on's upside down. Mine points the other way.
I dropped
That's
a
the
few
evening wood.
things in the Weaving Spiders chat earlier tonight.
Evening wood.
Evening wood. That's funny.
Gosh.
So
So-
this brings up so many things, but Hathor, Hecate was a priestess in Egypt who she would dress up as a priest. We talked about her last week a little. She would wear the imperial beard. So she would, don the garb of a man, but everybody knew, it was obvious. It had a chin strap. She wasn't hiding it. And a lot of what this means, I don't know about, I can't be back in the cultural time, with the nuance of what it meant to them. But one thing it kind of means to me is the idea of like the leaders are part of a theater, and that this is just an act. These are just mantles. Her real name probably wasn't Hathor. She was probably Elisa.
Hathor is the consort of Horus, right?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, he said
Hecate.
Hecate.
So
I meant
Hecate in the Orphic religions was called she who rampages with souls of dead men.
Nice.
She's
Makes
a
sense,
pretty
yeah.
gnarly one, Hecate. She's supposed to be like the dark side of Demeter as a deity.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So that's just something I think about, is sometimes that these leaders would literally not keep it a secret that they're cross-dressing because it's just a mantle, it's just a role that they play, and they weren't
Like theater.
hiding it.
Yeah,
Theater
I'd say
was
it's
that
still
way, and
happening
all
now,
these
but just less people know.
The
Like,
priest
we
class
see it,
created
we
the
know.
theater in the first place. So yeah, men would always play both roles. That was expected and known. So why wouldn't that fly in the temples too, whenever it's the same exact people who were beginning the tradition of theater as who were the priest class? So to me, what you're saying makes perfect sense. And I think it's been maybe completely overlooked up to this point. I haven't ever heard of anyone really make that point. And then it's flaunted today, but people have not the eyes to see
That's right.
the trans Hollywood and politicians. It's really weird.
There's a story, although I can't remember the details, but maybe it'll prompt somebody. There was a priest, a charlatan of sorts, kind of doing a ritual where
This
they
is
would cause
Hecate,
the-
by the way,
the
real quick.
statue. Oh, pardon. They would cause the statue to speak and make noises and pontificate, but really it was people operating it in a mechanical way and maybe underneath the floor and things like that. But I kind of saw that as the setting for the Wizard of Oz story as well.
Yeah, and that's a redundant story
Nice.
too. That the chessmen, they had a mechanical chessman that they thought was real, but there was a man hiding inside of it. And there's other stories of a similar thing, of them alleging that it's really like they had divining heads, severed heads that were mechanical, that they also said
Yes.
that they're, but they're also, it's a hoax, or it's a ruse, it's theater.
Right.
That's what I was thinking of, yeah.
So
But
this-
also Loki also changed genders a lot too. And then in one story, Thor dressed up as a female when he went to the Giants.
I remember that.
Chance, can you bring that picture back up of Hecate? I want to point out she's got a low key in her hand. She's rocking that club symbol.
She's got the SOL hat too.
Nice. Yes. She's got
Yeah,
the
she's
Sol
got-
Invictus crown. And
Got
see
the crescent of Venus and the crescent of the moon.
She's got
The
3
columns.
heads.
She's a 3-in-1, dude.
right. And she's got the
Can you zoom
sickles.
in?
Yeah.
And you guys see the clubs, right? The symbol of the club.
Uh-huh.
That's
Yeah.
the low key.
Yeah.
Up and down.
It looks very much like a key, yeah.
Oh shit.
That's the castration implement.
That is the club. That's the symbol.
Yep. And
Wow,
look, she's
dude.
got a
Wow.
she's what's this called, Joshua? What's the lightning bolt?
Oh,
Bro,
Right.
this is like an item on a Shopify store that someone made. Did they know why she holds this key? Who knows about this? Like
No.
almost nobody.
No, it's all
It's
been
an art
occulted.
flow. Art flow.
Right.
This is wild though. I like this was just a random come up in the Google search, but dude,
Well, they're just selling us the Instagram widgets so they
even
can
looks
light
like
candles
there's
to it.
even looks like there's this eye up here. Pretty
Oh,
sneaky
yeah.
It might be
eye.
off of an old tarot deck. Like they might have been actually tracing.
I'm sure they
or
based
something.
this off images they'd seen. Yeah, but dude,
Good,
it's-
good
it all
call.
comes together.
She's
And
also-
No,
Loki,
absolutely.
Loki's a mercurial character.
She's not grounded.
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And so is Hecate. So she's associated with the crossroads. So she's like the lady
Right.
of the crossroads.
Right.
Right.
And
Nice.
so a lot of mercurial characters have three forms or
Three
three
heads.
versions of themselves,
wow.
right?
Oh wow.
And
okay.
so yeah, the triple moon goddess, right?
And
I
that
think
kind of
that we've been bamboozled, guys. I think this was all the same deity and all one Trinity, and humanity got Tower of Babeled, and priest class took over, and they're like, "Here, it's Mercury, actually," and then no, it's Odin. No, it's this. You know, I think that
Yeah.
this is all bullshit, dude. I think
That-
this
that-
was one.
Thought
Deity.
forms. They're parts of the body,
ooh,
parts of the
tr-
mind.
Well, now they are that we've created this whole massive division. There's like a fucking army of contending daemons. When before, maybe this energy was all going towards a more unified concept for humanity, and then symbolism was co-opted and divisions were created through basically phonetic Kabbalah language sorcery. This is just
Wow.
where I'm at. This is what I think happened. I think
You know what you got me thinking.
Well, you're
Chief?
not randomly speculating. You've been studying really hard and talking about this stuff ever since I met you. It's not
Yeah.
it's not a brand new thing.
You
but
got
I've
me-
learned more since I met you guys than the rest of my study combined. It's like a quickening.
You know, Chance, you got me thinking about the word trickster and the context of tri-X, three X's,
Wow. Tricks are for kids.
shit.
three X's,
Yeah,
like
there you go.
the three roads meeting in the middle, which makes a yod, a Y. And
Mm.
X is 10. Yod is 10. Trickster, three X's, three
And you
crossings.
stack them.
Right. And there's those three crosses that makes the zodiac
Yep.
tricks, tri-X.
And the way she was holding up that key, it made me think of the alleged shape of the castrated man's scar too.
That's right. The Mickey
Like maybe
Mouse
they
Club.
put that thing overneath maybe it's a hollow club like that, and they put it overneath your whole thing, and that's how it's hot and the knife is sharp, and here we go.
Do you
Now
think-
here's
glass.
here's,
Yeah.
Do you
here's
think
your
that's
quill.
do you think that's the key to the city of Munich?
Hey, Munich. Hey,
Ah!
very good. That's
Booyah!
trippy. Oh, I wanted to ask Joshua more about the shamir too. Like, did we have a description of that thing? Did we cover it and I missed it or something? You said
We
the
had
shamir
one.
was the last creature created on the sixth day before the Sabbath day.
Yeah, I have a link up if you'd like me to read about it.
I mean, I know it's kind of random, but that's where we started, and I never asked. I was curious at the beginning. As long as you guys are all good with it.
Yeah.
While this is pulled out, there's a quote. You guys know who Erich Newman is?
I don't think so.
He was, I believe, I think he was a post-Freudian who like expanded on that work. But he says, the goddess is due the lifeblood of all creatures, since it is she who has bestowed it. And that is why the beast must be slaughtered in her temple. That is why temple and slaughterhouse are one. Now, we know a lot of things are built on old slaughterhouses, like the UN building. That's a temple if there ever was one. And the goddess, he also says, the goddess desires only the blood of the offerings, hence beheading is the form of sacrifice. Beheading, man, there's more than one meaning to that. And the blood, it's because the blood drains quickly from the beheaded beasts. And there's more to all that. So Bach really gets into the menstruation symbolism related to the sacrifice cults. So anyway, and there's a lot of connections to the eye symbolism really being a vagina symbol, a dual signifier. So there's all that.
Yeah, there's multiple cultures who, when they castrate themselves, right, or perform circumcision rituals, will refer to the blood as menstrual blood once it's happened on a
Interesting.
man.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually, throughout the whole evening, I just have to give a shout out to Barbara Walker. She's a really awesome symbologist, and she's like a feminist, but I think in a really kind of valuable way, because she's always looking at things from the feminine perspective. And so she has a couple of symbolic books that are really, really awesome. The Women's Encyclopedia of like Symbols and Secrets. And there's another one that has like a really long name too, but it sounds similar, but both of them are definitely worth having. And she gets into like castration stuff and menstrual symbolism and blood and just like the feminine perspective on all of mythology. She's incredible, man. She's a great resource. So I highly recommend her to anyone who wants to like dig deeper into any of these things.
You know, and even the word castration and menstruation, both are, you know, just a couple letters off from each other. That's interesting.
Yeah, it made me think of fenestration, but I can't remember what it is. Anybody remember? To fenestrate means. Oh, I'm gonna have to look it up.
Means you're fitting us straight.
Fenestrating this up right now about what the definition is. Shit.
So
I'm frustrated about my menstruation.
really good shares in the Telegram channel from Baked Jedi. Gracias. This is a couple of 3-formed Hecate photos. This one, I'm sure there's a lot here. We can come back to it.
Yeah,
I mean, this is like the solar
Exactly.
disc. I mean, that's the one that jumps out most.
Yeah.
That's on the temperance card. The temperance card rocks that.
Check out this version. She's got the fortress crown, yo.
There it is.
Yeah.
That's Rhea. That's Cronus's wife.
Yeah.
Rhea's the god,
another
or
one foot.
Rhea's
Brick
the
in the
goddess
wall.
of forces and fortresses. Like
What's-
Why is
Cronus.
it always 1 foot? Why is it always 1 foot? Like 1 foot's like in the water, 1 foot's hidden, 1 foot's out. What the fuck's a 1 foot?
Dip a toe in, test the waters. Don't dive in head first.
It's initiation. It's the first step in every journey starts with the first step.
The fortress hat too has got the
Cool.
sort of pine cone scaled combo symbolism
Yeah.
too.
And
That's a
what's
great
that
insight.
big?
Dude.
It's
I agree.
it's getting kind of hectare.
It's
called
getting
the
kind of Hecate. It's getting
Triformis.
kind of
Sounds like the
Hecate.
Triforce, the Triformis,
Mm.
Triformi. Wow.
Fenestrate means to have windows, so you guys know.
It's
Anyway.
Fenestra is a window.
Yeah, the
It's-
fenestration in architecture,
Beautiful.
the design,
I like
construction, or
new
presence
words.
of openings in a building. So fenestration is like a window in a building. It's also used in anatomy, medicine, biology. Fenestration, holes in the rudder of a ship to reduce the work required to move it while preserving its ability to steer. Fenestration.
Yeah, there's more. Yeah, there was another one I read. I don't want to go back because I want to read defenestration here, but there was another one that was it's a surgery where you go and create a hole inside of a bony area in the ear was another definition. But defenestration is interesting. One, the act of throwing something or someone out of a window. I hope not to ever be defenestrated. Two, high profile removal of a person from an organization. Maybe that's the one I was thinking of. Maybe I wasn't thinking of fenestrate, but defenestrate. And then the third one, the act of removing the operating system from a computer in order to install an alternative one. And I'm assuming that's probably like a military or a higher level computer term than what we're used to using, you know.
How do
But
you
I
spell
never-
it again?
Defenestration is DEFENESTRATION.
Yo, another screen share from the Telegram.
Nice.
Jim Brew drew this yesterday. What does this
Beautiful.
look like? Looks like what?
Almost identical, yeah.
Yeah, and it's got I like the
Badass.
cancer keystone on the arch a lot.
Nice.
So she's
Yeah, I
ahead
love
of the
that.
weave. She's riding the wave, and she's
like
in her
it.
flow state.
Yeah,
like
she holding a
the
sword or a
stretch.
big blunt or a scroll. I can't tell.
It's pretty awesome.
That's a high priestess looking number, I think, with
I
the
think
scroll.
so. We might
Oh,
have a
very
secret
much.
Telegram group where we're sort of sporadically drawing a group tarot. Maybe.
So-
Mr. Globus.
Hecate, triple moon goddess, right? And she's also related to dogs. And you're usually going to see dogs or Anubis on the moon card. And so they say when you hear dogs barking, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, that you're hearing the energy of Hecate. So
Oh, I
they're
didn't know
they're
that.
so the bark is very much related to Hecate in like a bunch of different ways, which reminds me of trees, like the bark of trees. And trees always remind me of Hermes because
And
he's considered.
Bar Cronus, Bark,
Yes.
Bar,
Odin.
Ah, yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
It e-
exactly.
It even makes
God
me
of
think
Fortresses.
of staccato.
Oh.
Staccato.
Kato.
Yeah, right.
If it's dun, 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 dun. Hmm.
So yeah, this dog thing I think is interesting. And then I always think with trees, bark, I always think of Hermes. There's a lot going on with Hermes and tree symbolism that I think is very much related.
Is
Tree,
this Sean?
3.
Is this
Oh,
SB?
3. Tree.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Tree.
I was sent that in a private message insinuating that it looked like me, and I fully accept this comparison. I can very much see myself in
Trickster, eh? I think so.
Looks cozy.
That's a nice jammies you
Those
got
are
there, dude.
so sweet,
Yeah,
man.
Straight up.
I made a
dude.
costume with a striped tail like that one time because we had all in
What?
Walla Walla. There's a beautiful
What?
thing.
You
called,
really did?
Yeah. I could probably
Okay,
find a
so
picture
this
of it
card
somewhere.
really is you.
And well, it looks. He's got my beard, and I always stick a feather in my hat. I play stringed instruments. I stand like that sometimes.
Can you dress like this at least sometime between now and Halloween?
I'll do my best, man.
Come on, a
I'll-
weave like this.
Yeah.
Please.
Well, if we
And
do
get
that,
the
I'll have
yellow
to
loot
come.
or whatever that is.
I'll make a deal with you guys when I'm ready. I'll come be the featured guest, and I'll arrive like this, and I'll have a production studio in place where I can perform many variety of different artistic acts on your
All right,
behalf.
you heard it here
Perfect.
first. 1 week from today, bingo prize, SB Alger at your house, throwing a party, dressed like this, many different tricks and artistic musical acts.
Love it.
The biggest
Now
bingo
the-
prize of all time, people.
I would have to agree with everything Chance just said. No problem, except the 1 week deadline is not going to work for me. I'm sorry.
We didn't say the party's next week. We said they win.
That's
the
my
party
Alan
next week,
Marcus.
And then you have however long it might take to materialize. Not to put you on the spot, but I'm gonna sit out of the weave and play bingo that week.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Now there's another way we could make the game, Chance. We could decide beforehand which one of us is going to resign our position so that we can go play bingo and see if we win. Now that's an idea. Now that's hard because you want to be on the weave. This is if just clicking like or seeing that you got some likes on Facebook gives you like a drug feeling. What do you think this 5-hour weave does? It gets as high as shit, guys.
Oh yeah, it does.
So I'd love to say, I'm going to play bingo next week. But then when we get down to like an hour before the weave, I'm going to be like, oh.
Just go back and watch us in the first 20 minutes of this weave verse right now. It definitely gets you pretty high.
Yeah. The
Hey,
intermission
so
is
we're
like a place to settle into.
Were the dog-headed men associated with Hecate?
There she is with a boar head, a serpent head, or either a serpent or a canine, and a horse head. So
I shared some images of Hermanubis in chat.
Cerberus
Dog-headed
does-
looking man.
Cerberus,
Hermanubis.
Right.
that needs hell as well.
So I want to give you fellow
wonder if-
artists an idea here. Okay, so here's a picture of I don't know what. I'm just keeping my hands busy while we're talking. But these are the
Hold
these
it
are
up
the
again.
little. Can you
Speak.
see it?
SP.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, speak.
Looks like the dude.
It's the dude Jesus.
Oh, looks like.
or
Oh,
like it's kind of, to me it's like halfway between Alan and Chance. I don't know how, but the reason I wanted to the reason
and a
I wanted to
Wookiee
share
halfway
this-
between all us and a Wookiee.
Okay, so these are tile or flooring samples from Home Depot. So this free canvases, guys. If you're an artist and you're painting or drawing, you can just take these things every time you go to Home Depot or Lowe's and just grab a couple samples, and then you've got some little stupid canvases to play with. And the other thing I found really cool is I took this one right here and I stuck it in my pocket, and then I was out on a walk with my dog and I found this brilliant rock. I was like, this is a good rock. I can paint this into something. And I put it in my pocket and it made this great noise. So I'm going to make that into, I'm sure Romy understands. Like, we got something
I
here.
was sampling that, dude. Yeah,
Oh,
dude.
yeah. You
Anyways,
just
that's enough of my interrupting. I apologize.
now you just need the pajamas.
Gordy Two Shoes in the house.
Oh, nice. Gordy.
Gordy.
What's up?
I have a question for
How are
Gordy.
you, my friend? How are you?
Oh, nice.
How old are you?
They're everywhere, man.
Jim,
They're
let's go back to
everywhere.
gallery view. We're
Yes.
looking at the farmer here. I have a question for Gordy. If Gordy is in the room,
Hello, I am here. Alan Marcus. I hear the dulcet
Let's
tones.
just
of
leave
Alan
Sean in his
Marcus.
costume full screen the whole time.
Dude, please.
Fine, that's fine.
Please. I'm the
Entertain
one
us,
that's-
Gesture.
I am the one that's sitting out playing bingo. If that means I get an hour of SB Alger doing tunes in striped pajamas, I'm down. I am so down.
Gordy, my question
my
for
card.
you is: Have you
Making my
ever
cards.
defenestrated your Windows computer?
Yeah. Oh, I have definitely defenestrated things before. I've actually defenestrated many Chromebooks before. I
Okay.
don't know
True.
about.
I've done it too.
Okay.
Does that scare you to think of getting to heaven and talking to God about all the times that you had to change operating systems? The worst part, of course, being why. Like, why did you
Are we
uninstall the
seriously?
operating
This is
system?
we're gonna have
St.
this.
Peter at the
we're gonna have
pearly
this
gates
discussion
holds
now.
up a list of offenses and he has to ask you, did you have license for all that software you use each time you use that software?
You guys imagine being in the conversation with God where it's like this, like it's a group round table and God's there with us and it's like, we're going to talk about all the times you clicked yes that you agree.
When we said it was shareware
We're gonna
and
go.
you never once
Like, oh,
paid
no.
for it and you never renewed your license for the software and you kept using WinZip,
Yeah, even though you
WinZip.
knew those guys were going broke and you just kept unzipping shit and you never sent them not one red cent.
all those times you read Wikipedia and said that you would donate later if they would stop sharing half the screen with their advertisements saying, if every user donated $1, we'd pay for our servers.
I never said I would donate, for the record. I never have, never will imply in any way that I'll support Wikipedia and their weirdness.
Gabriel, were you here for the anagrams at the beginning?
No.
Oh, do it again. Do it again. They were great.
I missed the anagram fun.
I like this theme of coming back to the beginning, too. And thank you for...
Circle
It
back
just
around,
feels
right?
like something Gabriel would be into.
Yeah.
I've almost found it again. You don't have to wait on me. Just wanted to know if this was something to queue up.
So I've got a reweave to circle back on with the was it Lion-Headed Men of Moab? With
Yeah.
Joshua. So yeah, man. So,
Meow.
something to add to this casserole here is I think very important. I think it ties back to the 80,000 exiled members of the Hyksos Exodus, and they were called the lepers, and because they were as in having leprosemia. But one thing that's and they tell us, the historians tell us that they were being metaphorical, that they were lepers because their dietary habits made them unwanted or unclean. But theoretically, if they were literally had leprosemia, one of the side effects of leprosemia is that it will cause you to have cat-like facial features when it comes into extreme form.
Whoa.
And so for 80,000 people to be cast out of a society and labeled as lepers, if it is literal, then not only would those people potentially generate leper or cat-like features like this deity that we just were looking at, the Abraxas character there, but potentially their offspring could have the same facial deformities without the rash and without the extreme expression of it. And there could very well be multiple generations of those who have very much cat-like looking facial features. And then those people today would be like the Leonids, the lion race from outer space, as they say.
But wait, there's more.
Like
Yeah,
Voltron?
buddy.
Is this a
Was it
story
Voltron?
told again and again? The bad guys, the undesirables, they're the leopards. No, they're the cathars,
Perpetual.
cathars.
Mm.
I'm sorry, they're the Gauls. Gauls are
Ah.
undesirable, but a Gaul, Gal, is just one missed cross T away from Gato.
Okay.
The goal to ask
All
for a
right.
Is there
group
something
photo.
coming
You got
Okay.
9 on
into a
screen.
pattern
I'm
recognition
tapping
focus
in,
here?
gentlemen.
Is it similar to the symbolism of those
Am I muted?
dirty reds
We hear
that
you.
we
You're
see
not
over
muted.
and over
Gordy's
again?
tapping in.
I'm tapping in. It's my turn.
Okay. Tag in.
Smile
Okay.
for the group photo.
Okay.
Go
We
ahead,
got
Gordy.
it.
We
Right?
got
Somebody
9 on
got it.
screen.
Okay.
But I'm still
Um,
full screen on my screen. Go
So
ahead, Gordy,
if
sorry.
I can share screen, something that kept coming up for me this week is this. Have you guys seen this Benedict Cumberbatch movie on Amazon called The Electric Life of Louis Wayne?
I want to
Nope.
see it really bad.
Okay.
It looks good. It has to do with cats, doesn't it?
It sure does. So this
Yeah.
this cat Louis Wayne has shown up in his art shows up in your life like one of those things where you never knew who it was or what it was, but it was just a thing. So this guy did. So in this movie, he is played by Benedict Cumberbatch, and he portrays this artist, Louis Wayne, who has kind of gone down in history as a schizophrenic, like the schizophrenic.
Right,
I guess-
schizophrenic and LSD too is involved or something, isn't that right?
Yeah.
Schizophrenic kitty.
Yes. That's kind of like the reputation. Can you see this? That
Yes.
Yeah, we can see it.
okay. You see all these cats. This is
I love this guy. I've always loved this guy's work.
right. Okay. So my biggest connection to this immediately was Oingo Boingo's first EP album was that cat with the vibration thingies. Here, Louis Wayne art.
Some of the dopest shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oingo Boingo. Isn't it amazing? So here's the
Yeah, Electric
Oingo
Kitty.
Boingo, the electric kitty. Yeah. So his whole thing is about this electric that life is electric and the world is an electric universe. And he had this crazy idea, and look at this stuff. Like, tell me if that's not drawing fractals. Now this stuff was done in the so he got big in like the 1890s or 1860s or 1890s, somewhere around there.
Wow.
And
This looks like stuff people make today.
right. Yes, this looks like AI.
Yeah, it reminds me of my art, and I use a variety of AI effectors and helpers to get my style.
Right. Yes, this is one of the reasons I'm bringing this up. Also, Sean,
DMT as well.
oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But,
people
I mean,
accuse me of my art being DMT influenced a lot, and I've never done DMT, so that's a huge compliment to me.
I get that accusation. And mushrooms. I have done both. Admittedly.
I like the way that you said that. Sorry, please carry
But
on,
that's
Gordy.
not what inspires
So-
the art now.
So the thing about Louis Wayne in history and art books, he's gone down as like the nutty schizophrenic artist, right? The big thing about Louis Wayne that jumped out to me, obviously, was he had this obsession with cats, right? So obviously, it's toxoplasmosis. He had this obsession, right? But he did have a sister who was schizoaffective, or actually full-on paranoid schizophrenic diagnosed. But this is turn of the century psychology, so this is very loose understanding of what, who knows what the diagnosis
Yeah.
of
Well,
somebody
some
like-
women were
like
being
that might-
diagnosed with the same thing
Right.
because they enjoyed having orgasms. You know,
Right,
whatever.
exactly, because they had hysteria because they.
That's a great
Yeah,
point.
but at any rate, they end up putting this poor man in a London psych ward, and the institutions in that time frame were so brutal and terrifying that even just the trauma of having to be forcibly put in there could break you even worse.
Right.
But what happened was all his fans came out after he had this psychotic break, like H.G. Wells and all these other famous artists or people who were fans of Lewis Wayne's art, paid for him to get better care, more individualized, and get out into nature. And so they made it, the movie makes it a pretty tragic story, which it is. His wife dies immediately, and there's lots of mental illness in his family, but it's just so charming. Like, this thing is, I just love it. And like, just tell me that doesn't look like a Mandelbrot set.
Yeah, man.
Like
What a
that,
journey.
that's a Mandelbrot set right there. This guy is seeing
Tapped in. Yeah,
he's
he's
tapped in. He's seeing fractilinear construction.
There's
So-
a cat owl.
And yes, there's lots of owl pictures as well. This is okay. So this is how we get back around to my big announcement tonight. Is so Lewis Wayne has these owls
Wow.
Whoa.
Tripping.
That is sick.
that are stalking cats.
Was this
This is
before or after
awesome.
Garfield?
This is the best thing ever, right? Like, how
Thank
do I
you
not
for
have
bringing this to the
tattoo?
weave.
Gordy's just getting started. I can feel it.
So yeah, the big thing also that happened this week. Oh, okay. Let me finish up with my thoughts with Lewis Wayne. And immediately I'm watching this thinking, like, I've seen these things. I'm totally empathizing with this character. And I'm thinking, wow, he's not crazy. He's just way ahead, so far ahead of his time. They just don't understand him. And then he has a psychotic break. I'm like, oh no, that's mental illness. Of course he's schizoaffective. And then as I'm watching it, I'm like, holy crap, that's like childhood trauma. All these things, like, you start to when you start picking out things that you recognize in your own life, like you can kind of empathize with the character maybe a little more sometimes. So it made me really think about these artists and how we remember them, but maybe it's only because of how they've portrayed themselves, and hopefully by doing something like this, we're getting into record, our thought processes on a lot of these things, that we're actually making steps in, like, kind of figuring stuff out, like this whole toxoplasmosis thing, the whole pantherines, and the whole, Hecate and Athena, being associated with owls. And here's Lewis Wayne doing art about owls stalking cats. It's too intertwined.
Yes, man. This is amazing that they're associating a person who knew about Electric Universe way ahead of his time, psychosis.
He was
Of
in
course, yeah.
psychosis. Of course, they have to make him look like he's in psychosis.
Right. So I gotta, can you guys see this? Toxoplasmosis gondii, written in reverse. brings forward the D, the M, and the T.
Yeah, I see it. Dimethyltryptamine.
The DMT is intrinsic to the spelling, but in reversal. Which, when you're looking at the ass end of the cat, it's reversed, like we did with the sign of constellation of Leo. We had to flip it.
Now I have to show. I gotta dig up some old artwork of mine now from those days.
Yeah, I don't,
I
DMT's
made
not
some
off the
fractal
list for
work,
me, and
too.
I the opportunity presented itself once, and I passed. But I'm pretty
It's
much
only
over.
ever come to me in like the weirdest. It has some kind of will outside of
Yeah, it's the
being
same as
used.
LSD.
There's a spirit to it, and it will try to knock on your door. Okay, so
I'll show mine quick and then I'll let you go ahead, Chance. This is the fractal art that I made. And I was picking up on the female analyzer part of the conversation earlier. And I included a female with a white legal pad as if she's analyzing Gilbert Godfrey and Yeezy, the black man, the white man. There's a polarity here between white and black, and the yellow pad and the female analyzer who's looking really judgmental.
Yeah, and she's got the white pad.
Right. Her pad is a little more white and his is a little more yellow, and it's a
Well, her pad's white for now, Alan. Sorry.
oh boy, I'm glad you said that and I didn't. It never ends. It's yellow legal pads all the way down.
Well, we were already talking. We were overemphasizing menses and even the man's castration becoming a term for menses. I figured I couldn't really pass up on the white pad joke, so please forgive me.
Oh, and I have to share one thing really fast before we jump off.
Well, we're already off the deep end. If that's what you're implying.
Oh, nice.
Hang in there, guys.
That's so good, Jim.
Man.
Did you do that with
How did you-
the secret
Jim's-
app that we use to make all of our digital memes?
Absolutely.
Jim's guns are kitten cannons. Look at those things.
Kitten cannon.
Like a pinata.
See, the thing is, that, like, you know what it's like to get punched in the face with just a regular guy with a regular bicep, but you never understand until it happens what it's like to get punched from a guy that's got kitten enclosed
Kitten
biceps.
cannons.
I get now. I get why in Gabriel's new video he made a very tactful approach to talking about people with evil symbolism tattooed on their body, like that evil kitten, evil toxoplasmosis carrying monster.
Oh, you know what? Oh,
He was trying not to
Chance,
offend Jim's new tattoo sentiment.
You know what? Let's circle back to the lizard breaking out of the statue, because that corresponds with Jim with the cat breaking out of his arm.
There's more.
Yeah.
We got more.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lion-headed creature busting out of him. You're right, dude. That's a perfect weave.
Wow. That's okay. I'm going to do the share.
Kind of a weird one.
Okay. You guys seeing this?
All right.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow. That is really
The worm-
something, Jim.
Oh wow.
Notice how the head's been broken off.
I remember seeing this like maybe a few years ago, thinking
Right.
just how bizarre this thing is.
Yes.
Very, very
And-
hard to find.
Where is this? Yeah, it's hard to find.
I remember it first, I think, from the New Earth channel on YouTube, who deals with new chronology type stuff, and then after that from Tracy Twyman. But I'm pretty sure I saw it first from a video from her name is Sylvie Ivanoa, and she also is a person who loves ayahuasca. Like she spent a couple of years down in the South American jungles, becoming enlightened in ceremony.
There it is. DMT. There's that DMT coming in
Well,
the
the
circle.
jaguars would gnaw on the ayahuasca vine. It was actually combined with other things to make ayahuasca. But there was a
Right,
vine.
right.
Nice.
The jaguars
Joshua.
would nibble on it. Yeah.
Nice weave, man.
Yeah, I
So-
never knew that. The jaguars like to chew on the ayahuasca, huh? The vine.
As if they needed it. But yeah,
Wow.
they would do that to
Huh.
it
I
to
didn't
I've
enhance
know
their
got.
hunting
I might
ability.
have a slam dunk weave.
Interesting.
Well,
Queued
once
up.
Okay,
Leave.
one sec, Chance.
Yeah,
So,
no, as long as you need. This is also
Okay.
really slam dunky.
yeah. So, Joshua, help me out. Tell Gordy, what is the name of this statue?
Well, I've seen the title as intentionally off path, which I would assume is referring to the left hand,
Okay. So,
which would be kind of the men of renown type of
Mhm.
thing.
So, okay, I'm gonna do a kind of a broad historical. I'm gonna go a lot of places and then bring it all back to this image at the bottom here.
He's got a toxo.
Yes. So, Josh, have you heard us talk about the Knights Templar ritual with the kissing of the ass of the cat?
I've heard of you mentioning it, yeah. And we talked about the cat and the hat kind of aspects,
Right.
Jacobean cat.
Yes.
Cat. Yes,
So-
I've heard
so-
some of it.
Yeah, so that myth is a cornerstone to a lot of what we deal with. Oftentimes, it's kind of a running joke we have, but there's another myth, and Sean, help me out, or anybody who if this rings a bell. But there's another myth of an initiation ritual that takes place in the catacombs of the island of Malta. And in these catacombs, an initiate will be brought to a very specific location, a chamber. And there's a Maltese cross on the floor where they will kneel and they will take a vow. But this is where, and all of this is easily acceptable. It's no stretch of the imagination. Where it gets really weird is the myth is that they're at that location, if they put their head down in this one spot where they're kneeling, that a person in a whole nother chamber, in like down the hall in a whole nother cave, that they can project their voice into the skull of the person kneeling in that spot. Is this ringing a bell for anybody?
Vaguely, man. I can't remember where it's from.
So
But
this,
yeah.
yes, this is the original voice to skull technology. And what happens is they probably get the person tripping on something, give them a communion, red pill, blue pill, and they kneel them down. And not only do they speak directly into their skull, but they say all of those magic words from Revelation. They speak in biblical language.
Yeah. Actually, I've done that, Gabe. You at San Javier and down here in Tucson, the mission. You can stand in one part of the building, and somebody can be on the other side of the building, and you can't see each other, but you can hear each other perfectly. It's because of the acoustics of that dome that
Right.
that church is made of.
Yeah, that's what it made me think of immediately, is that now it sounds like what Gabe's talking about is even to the next level, but as soon as you started talking about it, my brain was rolling over, and that those dome shapes were used as a ways to eavesdrop and send communications by the elite classes, because they'd all be having court and dealing, everyone's running back and forth with couriers and messengers. And if you stood in one place, you could talk to each other across the dome without anyone else knowing.
Right.
So
And nobody else in the building can hear it. Yeah.
Right. Resident architecture. Exactly.
Exactly.
There's also tons of research, or at the very least, anecdotal stories out there of people on LSD being able to communicate psychically with each other.
That's very
absolutely.
And what they use in LSD is very close to ergot.
Not anecdotal for me.
And that's what was used in the Eleusinian mysteries as a sacrament, ergot.
You got it. And that's the wheat sheath.
Got it. Sorry.
That's the wheat sheath the goddess holds. Yeah.
From Virgo.
That's a t-shirt.
It's the spica.
Holy shit.
Yes. Okay. So that is the malt. The
spica even sounds like speaker. It's the spica.
Oh, nice. Right.
He's on ergot. He's the spica.
Or like a spigot too, like it's the wellspring.
Yes.
We live in your mind.
So that's the Maltese Knights, MK, Maltese Knights. This is the original MK Ultra. And this is the full spectrum dominance that's been in play for hundreds of years. Who knows the real timeline?
It could even mean Maltese Knights Beyond.
You got it. In before Napoleon launched his conquering of Egypt, which was probably here in America, not in Egypt, as we're told, he had to go to the island of Malta to set it all up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so he was programming, recruiting, getting his soldiers ready for his kamikaze warriors. So that's something I want to put into the weave real quick. And then the other thing I want to put into the weave is, Joshua, you see this necklace is like a wolf's head. Do you see a wolf's head?
Oh,
Yeah, but that's an angel collar.
But the
It's-
You want to
color-
explain that to us, Joshua? I've heard you say that a couple times.
But
and
it
I'm not
looks,
sure I'm
I do see
familiar
the
with it.
wolf's head in there, Gabriel. Or it could be like a horse
Yeah,
or a
that-
hippo or a, but it's something.
Well, there's
It's there.
also some animals on the placard behind him as well. Like there's a
I
bull.
see a bull. Yeah.
Yep, the bull.
I see a man.
You really
Uh-huh.
got yours horoscoped. You got Leo.
Right.
Where's
Taurus,
Ted would be?
Yeah, I'd really like to
too.
see this as a full photo.
looks like Cthulhu in the back.
It's hard to find. Is that so? Hard
It
to
is
find
very,
imagery of
even
this.
when you know what you're looking for, it's hard to
See,
find.
that's why it's so important that this work that we're doing even now doesn't get ever totally lost, because even the stuff we find on image searches,
It's gone.
it's happened
right?
one week to the next week. What we were looking at, we couldn't find again. That's
Yeah.
happened.
Right.
No,
And
Gotta
things
go
have
read
changed.
book.
Things have changed in front
Yeah.
of our fucking eyes.
No, the scope of moderation and censorship and changing of search results has increased so much since back in the day. It's just asinine. Like, I feel bad for all the younger people that don't even know what the internet used to be like. Like, you used to be able
Print
to.
everything.
I wish I was into cool shit
Yeah.
when the internet was open.
Oh yeah,
Don't
no,
regret it,
I
man.
mostly
There
was playing
was-
Halo.
You might have collapsed the simulation if you knew about this shit back then.
yeah. Yeah. We would have jumped timelines.
All of a sudden, we're just
Because-
all in the empty white space, and it's Chance, and he's like, "Who are you guys?" And we're like, "Fuck."
Yeah, man, we used to chat with John Lear all the time at night, like during Art Bell show. Like you could go on to the Nighthawk channel and chat with all the guests.
Yeah, what
That's good stuff last year.
last thing I want to say, Alan, is that this guy on the bottom, this bottom image, this is from Michael Wan's research. This is his Susquehanna map. And and it seems very significant and important that we notice how similar the rope and the layout of this necklace is to what Joshua has brought to the table. And from what Michael says, he says that is a wolf's head on that necklace.
Oh, like The Witcher.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, buddy.
Nice.
So we
Have
very
you read
like
the Witcher novels, Joshua?
No, I did play the first game.
So the game one takes up right where the novels end. The novels are kind of, it's great. It's basically like really accurate fan fiction. The games are awesome, but the novels are super good for.
Could someone read a
occult
chapter of the
interested
novel
people.
on Wednesday night? And
I got it. I've got those books.
Great.
I'd love to. That's a
fun to
great
hear that.
idea, Alan.
But
So-
I know
Before
that
we
one
leave
takes-
the worm, I've got one thing I want to throw in here real quick.
I've got
Okay.
cat shit.
Ready to go.
So yeah, that's the last thing I want to say is that I think we're looking at the original, the front wave of infiltration of the Knights Templar. These would be the front men. These would be the mind
dog-headed
control.
men.
Yeah, and they would be sent out ahead of the hunt, ahead of the pack. And so this is the leading charge, the tip of the spear. All those things come into play between what Michael Wan has here and what we found here in the statue. And
Did that relate to the Wendigo, perhaps?
very likely, very likely. And the shapeshifters, and probably ties into skinwalkers and all that. Okay, mic drop.
Shapeshifters.
Okay, Jim's turn.
So
Hello,
this is-
Dali.
This is what I think about when every time I see those worms in the suit of armor.
Wow.
Is this little shapeshifter dude that Salvador Dali is holding, and I've heard lots of different stories about what that is, like a model of an entity that they put inside your eye and it drones you.
Oh, the Vril.
takes over your body, the vril.
Vril type 2.
I thought that was a ray that's
That's a ray.
dehydrated.
It's a dehydrated ray. Yeah.
That probably is
that's
true.
But the vril.
Yeah, that
is a
doesn't mean
worm.
it's not a model for what they want to
Right.
put inside your eye. You know, that might be
Right.
the thing that they're using to.
The Black Eye Club.
The Black Eye
Yeah.
Club.
Rays
Yeah, but
are
that-
like
that
bats
might
of the
be-
water.
That dehydrated ray might be how they are creating the psycho-spiritual entity that moves into you. You know, they might be using that as the model that way.
Yeah, it's like an
It could-
antenna.
Yeah.
Um,
There's a
Sorry,
patient.
Joshua. Go ahead.
There's a patient in the bed behind him
Oh wow.
with with the mask on or some shit.
Yeah, they look like a mummy.
Mummy.
Like he's wrapped up like an injured
Oh, yeah.
soldier or something.
Well, didn't he cut a woman's eye out or something?
Oh,
at
that's
one
now
point?
that's just in a movie, and that doesn't mean that Dali might not have cut some woman's eye out. But the movie's called some Shen Angelou, and it's not a very long movie. But the most dramatic scene is they show a zoomed tight shot on a woman's eye, and then they cut immediately to
Oh, yeah.
Dali or someone else cutting an eye of a cow. I think.
I think it's
with
a goat.
Goat,
It's a
yeah,
goat.
with a
That's
straight
what makes
razor.
it so horrible.
And it's a
They made
shocking,
me watch that in
shocking
film
scene.
in film school. It was horrible.
Yeah, I mean, if you've never
Okay.
seen it,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you don't, like I said it earlier,
Yes.
if you have a weak stomach, don't go look up that movie because it is core shocking. It will rattle your soul.
And
to
it's
see-
like
'cause-
it's free. It's more disturbing in black and white, grainy old film without sound than like
It's
80s
super creepy.
film movies in their heyday.
Oh yeah, no, I
or
can't
horror
think of
movies,
anything.
for
I've
sure.
only seen it 2 or 3 times, and I intentionally don't go back to see it again.
You watched it more than once though, dog. That's pretty good. I only saw it
Oh, I'm
once,
obsessed with
and it
Dali.
stuck with me.
Dude,
I love,
same.
I love and hate Salvador Dali, but he's always been my favorite artist.
Same here. Same here. Love Dolly.
So there's something in the Bible that talks about the mark of an idle shepherd. In Zechariah 11:17, it says, "Woe unto the idle shepherd that leaves the flock, and that the sword will be upon his right arm, and the Lord will take his right eye." So this Black Eye Club, Vril type stuff could relate to that too.
Interesting.
Wow.
Which makes me think of Odin, because he also
Uh-huh.
sacrificed an eye, his right eye specifically. to
So
drink
that's a
from
bell.
Vril.
That goes back to the bellwether that you were talking about recently.
Oh yeah, the eunuch sheep that leads the flock with a bell.
The bell, and then
Mhm.
also, so something that is really obscure. But whenever I hear the word shepherd, I have a very obscure reason to think from Ralph Ellis's work that there's a mistranslation, and the word shepherd might actually be transmitted from old text to new text, not to really be a shepherd. It might actually mean captured. Those who are captured.
Yeah, I remember you talking about this.
That makes sense. That's
So-
interesting.
It refers to spiritual captivity.
Right.
So all the spirits, whether you know it or not, you're already possessed. The question is, which spirit possesses you?
Right. So
So
that's
that's-
that's a dangerous mix up to flip flop in your translation. So it would be an idol captured king leading the flock.
Wow. I love that. That's interesting.
Yes.
Hey,
Well,
because
we
it
were
never-
actually
go ahead.
we were let out of Egypt, which was the people were originally in spiritual bondage. So that's one of the aspects of Yahweh, is that he proves his strength in the spirit realm by being able to subjugate the others and make them do whatever he likes.
Yep.
He's the
Yeah.
script writer. He has authorship of the script. Sure.
You got it, man.
Yep. That's
Wow.
fascinating. Hey, Joshua, when you use the word vril, what
Yeah.
do you mean? Because I wonder if we have the same context. And I know that it can mean several different things, but you've brought it up a few times. And I'd love to hear you expand on that if possible.
Well, I kind of see it as like magnetism to the electricity. It's like the counterpart. So some people maybe would say it comes from the black sun, whereas light or photons come from the electric sun. So it's like this dark type energy, I guess, if you think about it that way. Which makes me wonder, because what we think of when we think of magnetism is iron, which is Fe, feminine, black feminine. But the fairies can't touch iron, or they're banished back to the realm.
Yep.
So I sometimes wonder if
I've got iron ready to go.
and the blue
Congratulations.
bloods were more copper based, less iron based. So by nature, we're resistant to their influence. But so I don't know if the fairies themselves were related to Vril, but a lot of times they lived underground rather than above ground. So it suggests maybe they were. But
It all sounded
some
very
type of-
Ginny.
yeah,
Did
but it's some
genie.
type of basically your animal magnetism, your Bene Gesserit array of abilities, psychic phenomena and that type of thing. A lot of that I think is related to Brill.
Sure. Yeah, that makes
And some
perfect
of-
sense.
Some of these organizations still tap into it, and tried to cultivate it in humans, I think. And, it might even go into, like the Nazis, for instance, were really big into it, and trying to find out more about it. They used to grow the hair of these Vril maidens really long to be
Yes.
antennas for channeling the Vril.
Maria Orsich.
That's
she
a
won-
good example, yeah.
Yeah. Are you aware that Vril was like it became a marketing term back in like the 1800s? You can
Really?
find
Vril?
ads where yeah, totally. Actually, I can send you some because I went down a whole Vril thing like years ago.
Really?
And it's like Vril power, Vril this, Vril that. And it was
Really?
kind of like a vitality sort of term. Yeah.
Vril power. We need to bring that back. I like that.
Well,
That's
I mean,
great.
it makes me.
Vril
I was
power.
looking at Ken
Taylor
Wheeler
Vril.
today, and it made me think of that. The hypertrochoid, the processional. What is it, Jim? Help me out here. Processional reciprocating hyperboloid. That's the
Right.
process of electromagnetism. And so you've got the dielectric field, and you've got the obvious energy, which is the white energy, the spark of light that you see fly when the static discharges itself. But then you also have what he was just describing, which I never realized that someone would call it Vril. But you've got the invisible, dark, but still moving, and in my opinion, more powerful energy in a way.
The 0 point energy that
That's right.
comes from somewhere else.
They always make up new lies to try to hide it from us, like dark matter, et cetera, junk DNA. They're always throwing out these terms to try to hide the fact that everything is made out of energy, and that it's not necessarily this white electric energy that comes from the sun and springs forth from a cable when it dances on the ground, et cetera.
So glad I went here.
You guys ready for my next cat revelation?
Yeah,
Alright,
we
of
want to hear the
course.
next.
All right,
do
so
that.
this is a very fresh idea, fresh like the cat litter in your box, you
We
people
gotta
out
bring
there.
this back around too.
All right, so this is the fresh idea. Just to recap from earlier, what is the potentiality that all these leprous, outsider, outcast sounds a lot like outcats,
Tartars.
practically the same. Are these possibly synced up to the cat symbolism, like the Cathars, the Gauls, the Gatos? And sometimes it's just a one-letter switch, very small, maybe phonetically distant, like Gaul and Got, but written very close. Could easily be confused or distinguished. All right, so the first that came to mind was the Thracians, who are the outsiders to the ancient Greek world, the Hellenes, the cult of Hell. Their enemy were the Thracians, just like the Catholics' enemy was the Cathars. And the Gauls were the Romans' enemies.
Wow.
So the Thracians, they were the eastern part of Greece, I think. And I think I could be wrong about that. And I found out in a quick little look around that they've got this god named Zalmoxis. Zal could be czar. LR phonetic switch is common, super common. So this is Zalmoxis and Pythagoras, the white and black, the angel of life and the angel of death.
Oh.
I'm pretty
Tripping.
sure that when we're looking at these historical narratives about
Zalmoxis.
Gauls and about Thracians and about ancient Greeks and all this, I think it's all mythology. I think it's all probably encoding sky clock
Mhm.
and
Sure.
and religious systems. So Herodotus, who also might not even be real, he writes about Zalmoxis. This is a god I'd never heard of. I'm assuming he's the black one, to Pythagoras being the white one. Pythagoras the python. Zalmoxis, is he the cat? Because his people in Thrace are the Getae or the Gatae. Gatae, Gato? I don't know.
Like
Wow.
Mao and Apep.
The Gatae are the bravest of the Thracians, according to Herodotus, and the most just. They believe they are immortal, forever living in the following sense. They think they do not die, and that the one who dies joins Zalmoxis, a divine being. Zal, Ma, X, Is. Is. Zal, Mox, Is. A divine being. Some call this divine being Gabel Gabelesius. Isis.
Wow.
Every 4 years, they send a messenger to Zalmoxis, who is chosen by chance. They ask him to tell Zalmoxis what they want on that occasion. The mission is performed in the following way. Men standing there for that purpose hold 3 spears. Other people take the one who is sent to Zalmoxis by his hands and feet and fling him in the air on the spears. If he dies pierced, they think that the divinity is going to help them. If he does not die, it is he who is accused, and they declare that he is a bad person.
Yo.
And after he has been charged, they send another one. The messenger is told the requests while he is still alive. The same Thracians on other occasions, when he thunders and lightens, talking about Zeus, they shoot with arrows up in the air against the sky and menace the divinity because they think there is no god other than their own. So that's Herodotus. I think that all sounds like bullshit, man. Who would do that? But Herodotus also asserted that Zalmoxis was originally a human being who was a slave of Pythagoras, and he was liberated. Maybe he wears a liberty cap. Who knows? But long story short, he's like a dying and resurrecting type god also. And Plato also talked about him, claiming that he was a physician who took a holistic approach to healing body and soul. Sounds like a Jesus character.
Yep.
Jesus is a physician. He says so in the Bible. Being thus used by Plato for his own philosophical conceptions. Okay, so that's that part. Now, another quick thing, the other peoples that came to mind to me were the Mongolians. Are the Mongolians real? You know, like at least as described?
They have the word lions in the name. Mongol lions.
And check this out too. Check this out. The name is a combination of the Mongolian words for ocean and the Tibetan word for guru. Guru.
Wow, Jupiter.
Yeah, and no, and it gets better.
Water
It gets better.
gurus?
You know this guy that we call Genghis Khan?
Yep.
Really, it said pronounced Jin, Geese, Genghis, Dis,
Mm-hmm.
Jin, and Dis or Dis. Genghis Khan,
Right.
Cohen,
Yeah.
a Hebraic priest. His original name, do you guys know this? Temujin, which means of iron or blacksmith. Hephaestus, y'all.
Blacksmith.
Nice.
Back to
Nice.
Hephaestus.
Dude, Genghis Khan is just demiurge encoding.
Temujin. Yeah, can we go back to the water guru? Can you read that line again?
Yes, the Mongolian words for Dalai, meaning ocean, and the
Yep.
Tibetan word Bla Ma, meaning guru, is supposedly the etymology origin of Mongol.
Mongol, Dalai Lama, having to do with water, and guru, water as like memory, like the memory gurus, like the gurus of the memory, carrying on the oral tradition, remembering the history, and then
Right.
gurus because they knew the history.
And demonized, I guess, like the other people that held on to the original version of the knowledge, maybe outside of the hands of whatever death cult currently runs the show and has for a long time. That's what it looks like. It's the same story over and over again. Death Cult sets up shop, takes over the knowledge of the mysteries, and then demonizes the cat
Last
people
guys.
who
Yeah.
keep the secrets.
Well, that's
going
the
in their
story.
version.
That's the story anyway, right? Is that you kill God to become God, and once you're God, you can make the zodiac and everything exactly how you want it to be, and then you put all the people that were ahead of you in hell. Tartarus.
Did you guys see that post that I did earlier this week in Telegram? I can't remember what discussion it was. But I
Oh,
was like,
brownies! I'm so jealous. Sorry.
oh yeah, the keto brownies.
Oh, those McBrownies.
No,
what are the ingredients, man? Tell us.
The
Tell us.
ingredients,
You have to tell
yeah,
us.
keto, no sugar. They're sugar free. They are
No jazz cabbage, arugula,
no
or
jazz
kale?
cabbage. No.
Okay.
No.
So
I got
Chance,
one more
that
quick
fun. They're
Zal
just
Moxes
healthy.
to share, just because it's so
yeah. So,
shepherdy. Look at his shepherd cane.
so the word Thracians implies thrashing, which is what a cat's tail does. And people
Thrashing.
people who self inflict,
Flagellate.
they use a cat of 9 tails.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of cats in those Thracians for sure.
Oh, we talked about the kitsune, the fox spirit of Japan that possessed people
right.
and caused them to go crazy and ruin their life. And the most powerful kitsune have 9 tails.
Yeah.
The number of tails the kitsune has determines how powerful it is, and the maximum number is 9.
Yeah, and that's why Naruto's
Tails.
so powerful, because he is a 9-tailed fox. He's Naruto's
Really?
possessed by a 9-tailed fox. Yeah.
I mean, do you watch anime?
What about Sonic, Tommy? Tails.
He's got 2 tails. He's kind of a bitch.
It was only 2 tails. I know, but it was still kind of cool. I was like,
Is there an echidna in the Sonic universe? In the Sega Sonic universe? Is there
He
an
is one. He's a
echidna?
hedgehog. No, I guess they're not, but he looks like one. He's got a spiky back.
Isn't Gordy our Sega specialist?
I think that's right.
I believe there was a battle.
Oh, in any Nintendo fan clubs, you have to have at least one Sega guy. So that's
Right.
Gordy.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be. I've got to be the contrarian.
So Chance, you got something on iron?
Oh yeah,
Dude.
finish your iron thing because I got to go back
It
to
was
these
just the
torsions,
fact
man.
that Genghis Khan is Hephaestus, Temujin. Temujin means of iron and blacksmith.
So
He's
all
the
of that,
blacksmith of
Demiurge.
iron. He's
Yes.
Mars. He's
Mars.
a Mongol, which
Hephaestus.
is a guru, which is the Jupiter connection, and the ocean connection is
Yeah.
in that word, Maria, and so he's the blacksmith. He's sounds like Genghis Khan as a 3-in-1 character.
Iron
himself.
Age.
So,
I don't know. It just seems like this symbolism follows us to everything. It's either so-called historical or mythological.
Genghis, the G. It's
And
that
it's-
Mars.
Got the gin too. I mean, it's gin.
Yeah. So I want to hit Mario up on something that he just like left hanging out there in the
Yes.
universe. Mario, you're still with us, right? I can't see you.
I am here. Yep.
Oh, brother.
Yes,
Okay.
we need to talk to Mario because
Yeah.
Mario, I have to bring back to something on your Instagram today.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I want to pick your brain on what you know about Cthulhu cults, and those who may take that Cthulhu thing very seriously, because I'm seeing a lot of signs coming together, and I need more to the picture.
Yeah, that's interesting. I want to know what you're seeing, but I guess my basic understanding is that Lovecraft created this pantheon, whether how intentional or how channeled it was or whatever, I think is up for debate, but people found that his pantheon related to other pantheons, older pantheons. And so I think what they basically did was like, hey, he updated a classic pantheon, like Babylonian, for like through a modern lens or through a modern context for modern man. And so people started translating his gods to other gods and figuring out that like, hey, this is actually workable because it's actually a very stable system and the archetypes make sense. And so my understanding is that some people equate Cthulhu with Set, and that
Damn.
yeah.
Damn. Okay,
What's
keep
up?
going. Well,
Yeah, so they equate Cthulhu with Set, and my understanding is that the main guy that kind of merged a lot of Lovecraftian stuff with Crowleyan stuff is Kenneth Grant, and so he writes about this like at length. And so he says, I posted it in the Telegram one time, but that Set, S-E-T, is also sept, as in S-E-P-T, as in septenary,
yeah,
as in
buddy.
September when the seventh sign, comes around, which is Libra. And so that's related to the Ursa Major stuff and the kind of 7 cycles or 7 processes to ascension. And they considered the area of the pole star, at least Kenneth Grant did, and he said it specifically, that area is known as the tunnels of Set. And so when you're looking at the pole star and you're thinking about northern symbolism, that on one hand, almost on like a more exoteric level, this could be looked at as heaven, hence the stairway to heaven symbolism. But on the black magical kind of like Typhonian circuit, Set is also Typhon, by the way. So Typhonian magic and Set are kind of like a correlated thing. But that going to this ascension point towards the North Star and everything, that exoterically it's heaven, esoterically it's hell, sort of thing. But it is a bridge or a gateway between realms, because it's the hyperbola of the grand toroid. Which James and I talked about.
I love
yeah. So that's kind of like a basic overview sort of thing of what I've come to understand. I'm not sure if that's what you wanted to hear or what, but
that's great. I'm going to totally check out Kenneth Grant.
Tunnels of Set matched up to something I had a private conversation on Twitter with somebody about, and it was referencing this this book that I can't think of the author's name. He's a very famous American author, Mahler. I'm not sure if that's right, but he wrote this book dramatizing the Egyptian gods and their battles with each other, and Tracy Twyman had read from it aloud during episode 33 of Ark's Only Picture Show, but I'm not sure. But the conversation that we'd had led us to the idea that the quote-unquote tunnels of Set also was in reference to all of the ass play that's involved in magic. If you've never seen the Crowley meme that says, magic is stored in the butt, then you got to go find it because it's really funny. But
that makes perfect sense. Exactly. I mean, you sit in Set and Sat and Satan and everything else. Yeah.
And Janus is J anus.
Yeah, J
anus. They put the anus in there. Yeah, Dylan gets into that.
And
even Mount Sinai
is one of the oldest cities.
And Mount Sinai is anus in reverse.
Whoa!
Hey, Gabriel,
I didn't know that one.
I found a little bit. I kept going on the Zalmoxis and his other epithet. I started to search for images of his other epithet, which is Gebelesis. And check out some of the stuff I found. Here's your wolf.
Wow, y'all.
Oh, it looks a lot like this. Seems a lot like Odin. I found a story about him apparently being attacked by one of his own wolves during an eclipse. Sounds very Odin.
Yes.
So this is just someone's art. That's not ancient art. But like the fact that there's a lot of depictions with this symbolism is interesting. You got to go back to the oldest art to really know anything. I don't know where it went. I had a pottery pulled up with image of him, which I guess I lost, but he was shown as completely red skinned, looked like an ogre, and he had a big battle axe over his head and he was completely nude. And the pottery depicted a boar that he was like attacking and an archer on horseback on the other side of the battlefield from him. So
that's like Esau is red.
Red, exactly. The Reds, the Ruskies.
Yes, the ruffians.
We already got into the fact that a lot of the names of these peoples in previous weaves has to do with the color red. And that's also iron.
Right.
Iron,
associate him to Mars.
Esau was the strong one. Jacob was the more intelligent one.
Even Adamu, who is, that word has connections to like a servant race possibly, but it means of the red earth.
Yes.
Adamu does. Yeah.
So,
Speaking
so
of
Mark-
red, we ought to go back to the Red Star of Aldebaran at some point.
oh yeah,
That
Aldebaran.
relates
Oh,
to
I would love
Vril.
that, dude.
Yeah,
Yes.
because that relates to Vril somehow, and I was hoping that maybe Mario could illuminate it.
Yeah, exactly. Gabe, did you want to wrap something up real quick? A thought?
I do. I just wanted to share with you some of the pieces of the puzzle I'm seeing, and I'll try to be quick. But I think that we have some Cthulhu worshipers and a very high level of influence, very, very high. And you've got the CERN thing with Gordy Rose going on, pretty big deal there. But it gets even worse. So last week or a few days ago, I was on with Roman talking to Juan Dewan, and he put a big piece of the puzzle in together right before I watched you and Chance talk about this Cthulhu cult. So basically, if you take the name Joe Biden and you break it into its syllables, and you take the name Kamala Harris and you break it into syllables, you can put them together and you get Joe Cam and Bai Harris. That's Joachim and Boaz, the two pillars. But what's important is the remaining syllables. There are 2 syllables left, or 3 syllables, Allah and Den. You put those together, you get Aladdin. Now, Aladdin software is very high-end cloak and dagger shit going around with the spies and the Epstein circles and all the lists on the plane. It's some crazy shit with Aladdin programming. But you also have a Chinese software guy who wrote it, who I think he goes by Aladdin is in his name. But this is where it gets interesting. This is where it ties into to H.P. Lovecraft in a major way. I found out that H.P. Lovecraft as a child would commune with his daemon, we'll say. He had an alter ego. Whether he knew what he was doing or not, he had an alter ego. In his alter ego, because he was obsessed with the Knights of Arabia, in the stories of the Knights of Arabia. So his alter ego's name was Abdul al-Hazred. And so basically, if you're like a real Lovecraft nerd, then you're going to adhere to his library, the codex of his personal library. And so what I'm seeing is these really elite circles are signaling through a Lovecraftian cipher. And that is a huge piece of the puzzle. And now I have a whole nother character in history who has a daemon to add to my list of influential personalities in touch with their daemon.
Now, how did they get in touch with their daemon? Does this connect us back to the beginning of the conversation about the sack red blood rites of the goddess and the placenta, the birthday cake?
It's very possible that their mama were initiated.
Okay, here's
The daemons.
Here's the red Zalmoxis I was talking about.
So are you
Is that a
answering the
kitsune on
question?
the boar? Like, what's going on?
Can you answer
Is
the
this a cat
question
over
of the
here?
title of episode 66? Is that
Is this
what this
cats
is about?
versus dogs?
I don't understand what's happening.
see-
Yes, the bloodline of Cain.
Cats versus dogs, maybe? And here's another one. I don't know. It's just more symbolism of him being red. It makes me think of the devil being red all the time.
And classism.
Well,
The
he's
upper
the
and lower.
scapegoat of the Yom Kippur ritual. The
Yeah.
Lord's goat and the devil's goat.
That's that.
Whew.
Scroll through the Zoom chat if you guys haven't read it yet.
I would like to talk about the Shamir and Aldebaran before we wrap up, if at all possible.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I'd love to hear it.
Well, the reason I wanted to talk about the Shamir is because it's episode 67. And so the Shamir was one of the last creatures created on day 6 before day 7. So I thought, it wouldn't really fit into any other episodes as well as it could fit in to tonight. So without further delay, I would like to read about the Shamir. Can you hear me? Well, okay. So I'll just start here. In the Gemara, the Shamir is a worm or a substance that had the power to cut through or disintegrate stone, iron, and diamond. King Solomon is said to have used it in building the first temple of Jerusalem in the place of cutting tools. For the building of the temple, which promoted peace, it was inappropriate to use tools that could also cause war and bloodshed. Referenced throughout the Talmud and the Midrash, the shamir was reputed to have existed in the time of Moses as one of the 10 wonders created on the eve of the first Sabbath, just before Yahweh finished creation. Moses reputedly used the shamir to engrave the hoshin, priestly breastplates that the Cohen would wear, the stones that were inserted into the breastplate. King Solomon, aware of the existence of the shamir, but unaware of its location, commissioned a search that turned up a, quote, grain of shamir, the size of a barley corn. There's a little bit more here. Solomon's artisans reputedly used the shamir in the construction of Solomon's temple. The material to be worked, whether stone, wood, or metal, was affected by being shown the shamir. Following this line of logic, anything that can be shown something must have eyes to see. Early rabbinical scholars described the shamir almost as a living being. Other early sources, however, describe it as a green stone, which I think I just discovered something. So the green stone is Virgo, the red wool is Aries. So there's another red skin thing. The very ancient alchemical symbols. For storage, the shamir was meant to have been always wrapped in wool and stored in a container made of lead, and any other vessel would bust first and disintegrate under the shamir's gaze, almost to suggest it was radioactive, because you need lead plating with radioactive, right? The shamir was said to have been either lost or had its potency, lost its potency rather, along with the dripping of the honeycomb by the time of the destruction of the first temple at the hands of Nebuchadnezzar in 586. So that's a little bit about the shamir. I didn't want to go ever long because I know that we're short on time, but I find that pretty interesting. And reading it just now about the eyes, in Zechariah, Yahweh talks about how he'll remove the iniquity from the land in one day, and upon this stone that's in front of Joshua, he'll engrave 7 eyes on it. So I guess maybe he's going to give us back the shamir at some point in the future. It's kind of interesting.
So speaking of eyes, I need to bring us, if we're short on time, I need to quickly bring us to some eyes here. You see, you guys can see this, right?
Yeah, lots of them.
Lots of the eyes. And you see this? This was, Mario, could you elaborate on this image right here real quick for us? This is from Symbolic Studies Instagram.
Oh yeah, this is gonna get good. I'm gonna tie this into the smear real quick.
I have something.
Nice. I mean, probably the quickest thing would be for me just to read the little caption that I have associated with it. I just say the symbol for Pisces is the cross section of a toroidal field, which can be seen all over the natural world. Look no further than the magnetic field of Earth or the cross section of an apple as examples. The most powerful aspects of electricity and magnetism are unlocked once their toroidal nature is understood. And then I say the background image comes from a diagram that represents the, quote, magnetic vector potential, magnetic flux, and current density fields around a toroidal inductor.
It's also a Vajra.
Looks a lot like that in the natural world, doesn't it?
Exactly, dude.
Eyes.
Yes.
That's so. This right here, you can see this is the exact shape of a toroid right here, right?
Right.
And guess what Lewis Wayne was talking about? And again, he's got the owls here, but he was also in that.
He had the sight beyond sight.
Electric life thing, there's a scene in there where he's watching a boxing match and he's seeing everything and he's trying to explain to this guy that the universe is electric, and he uses the word the toroids.
Yes.
And I'm like, I'm sitting there just like, have to stop. I'm like, wait, what did he say? And he says, he talks about the universe being electric and it's run on toroids. I was like, holy shit, man. Clearly this is what he's talking about. This is what all the ancients have been talking to us about, in all this symbology that we're not paying attention to.
Okay. All right. So can I share screen? I'm going to put this all together. This is so awesome.
Okay, bring it back to the owls at the end, because I gotta
go back one more
you.
screen, Gordy, from what you were showing with that electric thing. That's the Pisces sign.
Oh, and yeah, this is Mario's Instagram right here.
Okay, so this theoretically, we are talking about the Shamir, the electric discharge, the owl's face here, and then let me do the share screen here.
Okay, let me.
And I'll tie this right in. And so that is also the sign for DC. The Pisces sign is the symbol for DC.
Direct current.
Direct current, which is Washington, DC.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And for some reason, it's not letting me bring this fucking picture forward. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Technical difficulties.
So typical.
Pickle pie.
So it's the squatter man phenomenon.
I can see him down there. Yeah, it's almost like an alphabet looking thing.
Yes, here
there's a dancing man cipher that looks a lot like that too.
And so this is not only the squatter man phenomenon, it's also, let's see if I can get this next one done. Here we go. This is Moses bringing the tablets down from Sinai. Why isn't it? Oh.
Yeah, and those dots on the side, that just shows you the center of the toroids. The dots on the sides of the figure.
Those are the owl's eyes.
The owl's eyes, right?
I can't get that image to enlarge either, so I think it's because it's a .webp file. Sometimes Google image search does not give you a JPEG or a PNG or an actual image. It is an HTML image, thus it cannot be enlarged in the same way.
That's very daunting.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, here I'm trying.
But if you go back to your original search and maybe we circle back around to this, or
here, let me
what
try
you can do is screen capture it.
that is also a web.webp type of HTML file format. I'm just checking as you throw them out there.
Can I throw something in really fast that has to do with this?
Oh, yes, please. Here, I'll let it go. I can't believe they're jamming their stuff in my shot here.
So I recently watched the movie The Craft, the new version of The Craft, and her earrings have that same sort of shape.
Squatter man.
Toroidal. Knights Templar crosses, white crosses.
Yeah, sort
Those
of.
pearl earrings.
Yeah.
That's actually more like an Eris kind of toroidal symbol, in my opinion. Like Eris looks like that two crescent moons pressed together.
So the reason why this toroid thing is important, and talking about, when we talk about all these theories and things and ideas, and we, like Snake Jones and Gabe and I have been talking about in other groups, that we talk about how it only makes a difference when our boots are on the ground. Where are your boots on the ground? And the reason this toroid thing is important, because this is how you can help heal yourself, by acknowledging that you are a toroidal field. And you can use that toroidal field, which is the same as the toroidal field of the earth, to heal yourself. This is how this is how it's gonna make a difference. This is what we're trying, that I think the ancients are trying to show us, that all the shamanic arts are trying to show us, is that we can do this ourselves.
I think, in fact, just the visualization of this primary pattern of life force energy itself lends to the healing and energizing process of the body. It is usable for connecting the above energies of the upper chakras through the heart, sending them down to the lower, and vice versa. It is a facilitator. This image is a facilitator of the flow of chi in our bodies, and naturally healing through the metaphysical being that we are, that exists even as our cells replace themselves every 7 years and are completely refreshed. And Foster, who I brought up at the beginning of the weave on Lindsay's Middle Path, which she put out everywhere, not just on Rockfin last Thursday, he got into that fact too. So much of the solutions, whether it's on energy production for technology or farming and biodynamics and energy healing, all these things come back to understanding the Taurus.
Yeah, Thrive 1 and Thrive 2 always both kept pointing back to the toroids. It's there. And when you do it, when you do energy work, when you do that, you're Qigong and you feel it, you feel that, you feel the torsions going both directions at the same time.
I love you all.
And you can direct that energy. We can do this, guys. We can do this.
Yeah,
We
man.
can heal ourselves.
Absolutely. For sure. So it's interesting that it's called the Taurus field, as in Taurus, right?
Segue,
The bull.
Mario.
Exactly, man. You know where I'm going, probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Aldebaran is the eye of the bull. There's two eyes. There's Ayin, which in Hebrew means eye, and is a letter that represents eye. And that's associated with the devil card. And then there's Aldebaran. It's a big red star. It's fucking awesome. And the Taurus constellation looks like a V. And the Vril Society said that they were in contact with beings from Aldebaran.
And who rules that constellation? Is it Venus?
There you go. Exactly, dude.
Is the generative principle achieved through venerous practices? Venery meaning physicality and carnal sexuality. Does this relate to iron? Because we're talking about the power of the Fe, female, Fe being the symbol for iron.
Boom.
Is the
Ooh,
demonization of this energy and archetype constantly reinforced, even in subtle ways, like the public humiliation of those who consider themselves Fe movement?
Right. That's very fiendish of them.
God, it just continues. Felines, it's all the way down. Fe, iron.
All the way down, baby.
Dude, this was a banger.
So
good stuff, man.
Hey, Gabe, I wanted to ask, how did you learn the meaning of bullseye? Because I found out in a very interesting way, and I'm just curious how did you figure that out? Because we have a lot of idioms.
Yeah, well, it was fresh on my mind from watching Mario's work. Symbolic studies, y'all. Run and get some. It was just delicious. I spent just a whole afternoon.
Run get some.
Yeah, binge watching like a couple times over.
Don't wait. Go get in there.
Yeah.
May I explain how I learned?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just put this painting up because
I noticed.
trying to put some background images up for this. But that happens to be how I learned. So one night I had a dream. I was actually laying right here on this very couch, dreaming, and I woke up because I had a dream of a face with one red eye, and somehow I knew its name was Death. It was just a disembodied head. There was no body or anything on it. It just stared at me, and had a golden flame right here at the top of the bridge, but in a red left eye with like a lens. So I woke up, and it kind of bothered me, but I wasn't really afraid. But I instinctively looked at my phone because I thought, well, that's really strange. And it was 1:30, which I didn't think much of it at the time. And I kind of chuckled to myself and said, well, at least it wasn't 3 a.m. So I get up and then go to my bed to go to sleep. And then I get woke up by a really loud crash downstairs. So I run downstairs to see what it was, and it was this painting I found on the floor. And guess what time it was?
3 a.m.
3 a.m. on the dot.
Wow.
So, and then
It's
it
111 right now. That's a 111 a.m.
So then and how I knew it was that time, I looked over and saw the clock in the darkness of the kitchen, and it said 3:01, so it had just happened. And which again is 1:30
in reverse.
Yeah, so there's that, and that's then 13's the death card, right? So anyway, I'm walking up the stairs, which are right here, and as soon as my foot touches the top stair, my computer monitor pops on from being asleep, and I'm like, all right, so what's going on, So then that began my search to crack the symbolism, and I realized that the red eye in my dream was the red eye of the bull, and that's how I learned the meaning of bullseye. And the definition of sin is to miss the mark. In other words, the bulls of the Most High are the law. So, and then it occurred to me that this guy here is Orion.
Yep.
In the sky, and so you see, there's a red cape here with this guy. That's the red blood. And then the bull even has a blue sash right here. So I was like, wow, that's literally the law, dancing with the law. That's the Nataraja that we see with Shiva, the dance of death. So you're literally dancing with death as a matador.
All the songs about matadors are always about the blood red cape and the blood of the animal. It's all about the whole ritual thing about the matadors and the bullfighting is about the blood.
Bulls are actually colorblind, by the way. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's weird that they even do the red cape thing. But I found out also that bullfighting came from Atlantis because they would mock God by killing the bull. They were trying to defend God's laws, in a sense. There's that through the bull of heaven. Ishtar also summons the bull of heaven in a story with her and Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh and Enkidu defend her. So she petitions the Most High to have the bull of heaven come down, try to kill them. They end up killing the bull. So there's that.
Yeah, exactly.
In other words, she got the Most High to speak a death decree.
Kind of a little quiet, buddy.
Sorry.
Already
I'm
there.
done with that, though.
No, that's great, dude.
Cool.
Awesome story. And the bull stuff is completely endless. And the last thing I'll add to that is that when I was doing my Aldebaran research, and this is based on like consensus cosmology, so as we translate it to other ways of thinking, I don't know exactly if this holds up, but they say that when you look at Aldebaran specifically, you're looking away from the center of the galaxy. So they consider Aldebaran to be the gate to hell, or the gateway to hell. And this ties into the Declaration of Independence, Ross Ben sort of stuff. Yeah.
And just to bring that to full circle, if Aldebaran is the birth star of the United States, then flaunting the bullseye, talking about the bull, anybody who's in the know on the occult is really hitting pressure points in a major way. And this is why I believe that Captain America represents JFK. And this is also why the other fella, I think it's Falcon, that he hands off the shield to, that inherits the shield. I think he represents Malcolm X, or maybe MLK. I'd say MLK. But that whole bullseye and passing on the bullseye in a lineage of the bullseye being passed is an occult nod, wink, wink to, we killed your king and we'll kill the next guy who rises up. And we'll just keep passing it on because it's the mark of sovereignty.
They gored him.
What's that?
They gored him like they did with Christ with the spear. Yeah. Hey,
remember the ritual for sending a message to
that God?
What's his face that I was just looking at? Throw them
Hey.
on spears.
Yes.
So, speaking of red and ritual, wasn't that guy killed this week by hanging? The guy that was connected to the Ghislaine Maxwell thing. What was his name?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Louis Vuitton.
Epstein's friend.
No, Jean-Luc Vuitton, or Epstein's friend. He was found hanged this week.
Wow. And so was it a red sash?
Yeah,
Because
that's what I'm asking. It has to be, right? Like, come on.
there's your
That's gotta
bullseye.
be.
Yes. So that's your target. The red
Mhm.
sash is the target of the bowl. So
Mhm.
there's your bullseye again. Going back to Aldebaran.
Right.
Have you guys ever heard of this book,
I can't see it.
Joshua, son of Nun? It's kind of dark, so I don't know if it'll show up, but in this book, they clone JFK. And
Interesting.
there's
Wow.
a scientist named Thor. He's able to collect some of the brain matter from JFK's corpse as they bring it into the hospital, and he clones this like a homunculus kind of deal.
Damn.
And he makes a big point of always doing certain tasks with his left hand and cloning it.
Interesting.
And
So-
then they name the clone Joshua, but they give him the same initials, JFK. It's Joshua Francis Kellogg, and they groom him to become president by trying to recreate certain moments and milestones in his life that would have mimicked JFK. So they're trying to like MK Ultra this.
Okay, so there's a decode in that title. Joshua, son of Nun. That's a JSON. Jason.
Oh, well, and it's also a play on words because it's son of Nun, None, instead of son of Noon, which is in the Bible.
Oh, yes.
The guy that created him was an atheist, so it's like they're trying to spit in God's face and create.
Wow. And
Mock
so
fire.
Jason.
Think
Jason
about
is-
iron and iron. Iron. That's almost the same word.
Iron
Uh-huh.
Eye.
Iron,
Eye.
iron. It's
The
like
iron-
the same fucking word.
The iron in eye is your blood. So Jason, JASON, that's July, August, September, October, November. JASON.
And he sought the golden fleece.
Yes.
Yep, he was an Argonaut, and Argao is the Twilight language. Argao is literally the old French term for the Twilight language. But in the context of being used by the shady underbelly of society.
Yep. These guys
As
know.
it is now.
Yes. And isn't Gotha or Goth? They call it Goth.
Yes,
language?
they call it Art Gothique. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's Art Gothic is also Argao.
Yes. And here we have Sax Colbert Gotha, which I can never say that correctly.
A lot of hot topics tonight.
Yeah, man.
Definitely. I just have to say,
It's getting spicy.
weaving spiders welcome is iron sharpening iron too.
That's
is.
what's up.
For sure.
That's what's up.
I just drew this
sure.
bobcat. Number
You mean
8.
a 13013 cat?
Bobcat
Yeah,
kind
right.
of looks like this, which happened this week.
More
Just want to let you guys know
We got babies coming.
we got babies coming. Here's Peter.
We are
So-
approaching the end of the weave.
So this is if you're not on Gordy_2_shoes on Instagram, so I've got approval so that I can do a webcam on the Nest. So we're gonna maybe see live babies
Wow.
at some point. This is previous clutch right here.
Someone
So-
could go back and watch like the last 20 weaves and just write a book. It would be a really good book. They
Seriously.
might have to organize it a bit after they wrote it all out, but dude, you could.
Maybe we write that book. Maybe
I think we should.
Get a speech to text and then like edit it and then like add to it and print all the shit and
Well, it's
that'd be
almost like
awesome.
we could
Oh, look.
collaborate on a Wikipedia article together on some of these
Right.
topics. Hmm.
Or even a tarot deck.
We keep
Ah.
ideas.
Spiderpedia.
Hmm. Good ideas.
I'd like to be an arachnostrator for Wikipedia, a Webipedia, I guess.
An administrator.
Weevapedia. We call it
Weevapedia.
Weevapedia.
Yeah,
That'd be it.
that's it.
Weevapedia.
Jim has some things to read at the end. I've got an obituary to share with you all. And we're about to wrap it up. So if we could go around the room and let everyone say where we can find you. Gordy already said Instagram. Gordy, is there another place we can find you online?
I have a Gordy Two Shoes YouTube channel that will probably be the streaming point for the Owl Nest. I will keep it posted in Telegram or other ways, and when that gets up, I will promote it all over the place, and everybody hopefully will be able to watch baby owls being created live.
Sweet.
Maybe some phoenixes will rise from the ashes. Roman,
Yes.
we have a place to find you.
Thank you. Yes, fuck yeah. Rising from the Ashes podcast, anywhere you listen to them. Sweet babies. We got Divine Feminine Month this month and some amazing humans sharing their experiences with that energy.
Did you have a spider guest earlier? When can we expect that episode?
Probably within the next 48 hours. So stay tuned for that, you sweet babies.
Is there a
Yeah,
place
buddy.
to, subscribe to an RSS feed.
What'd you say? I'm sorry, say it again.
You're a podcast. How do we find that we have the right feed to subscribe? If you could leave a comment in the video, this episode 67, a comment below, maybe.
Oh, absolutely.
Tell us in Telegram. Let us know. We want to make sure people are plugged in directly to the source of Rising from the Ashes podcast. We want to make sure we're very specific and make it very easy for all of our listeners, viewers who are giving us time and attention to find out without extra effort how to immediately get directly to the source.
Just slurp up the sauce automatic with no hesitation, no disgruntlement. Absolutely can do. I will make sure that we get that over to you.
Thank you. And Slick Dissident has a YouTube channel. Do you have a vanity URL, or is it going to be a string of numbers and letters?
No, I'm just riding on the free wave of the YouTubes.
We've been putting in the URL to the Slick Dissident videos into the live chat. So that'll be a place to find it. Do you have a title of your most recent video?
Yes, subjugating of the dark feminine.
I see Subterfuge of the Dark Feminine.
That's it.
see
That's the one.
I see a lot of difficult to read titles, but if you search for something like Slick Dissident Mercurial Mockery of Disclosure, that should get you right to the source.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Who's next in line here? Chance Garten of Interverse.
I dropped my website, interversepodcast.com. We do Vibrant on Wednesday. We do Interverse episodes when we do them weekly. And that's my stuff. Also, you can hit me up for sound healing with tuning forks or card oracle readings for spiritual guidance. Get tapped in with me. It's a good time.
SBLger.com. Do we have a website for SB?
SBalger.com is the main place where you can find all my links. I'm all over the internet, mostly. Well, me and Jim produced a whole lot of episodes. I think 65 episodes total of a show called RX Only Picture Show. It was vanished off the web because of nefarious characters, but it's been since restored, and it's an ongoing celebration. And I encourage people to watch it because it's fun and it's similar to this show. I'm on Instagram. You can find my art there. If you're a boomer like me, then you can find me on Facebook. Send me a friend's request. I think that's good enough. SBalger.com is going to be the easiest route, but I'm out here. You can find me.
Roman Merrill shared a link to a RSS feed. That looks beautiful. Is that an episode of David Matheson I'm seeing here?
Did it.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm going in a random order here. So who have we not mentioned? There's so many.
Mario. Get Mario next.
Mario.
I elect Mario.
Mario and Joshua and Jim.
Symbolicstudies.com. That's probably the easiest place to find me, and you can see all my social links from there. And I'll be talking about Pisces a lot over the next 4 weeks or so.
I got a lot going on in Pisces. My son's almost in it.
Oh, nice.
Sidereal it would be. Got a Venus and a Mercury there too.
Gotcha. It's an interesting sign for
in
sure.
the 8th house.
We're wrapping up this weave, and everybody in the Zoom room can remain on the Zoom room after the credits song and after the stream ends, and we can do our post show wrap up. Josh,
Yeah, I've been doing. I got a partner I work with. I dropped you a link there for YouTube and Odyssey. It's called the Solomon Report. We've been doing it for about maybe over a year now. There's about 50, 60 episodes of current events, Bible study, oddities of all sorts. It's hard to even do an elevator speech on it.
Yeah, can you share that link to the YouTube live chat if you're able to do that?
Yeah.
I just did actually. It's this Odyssey link. Let me redo it with the word Joshua's link.
Perfect. Yeah, we're preserving these chat logs, and we're trying to do the producer's work as we're live so we don't wrap up a show and then belly flop without follow through of the links and credits and everything. There's a lot of thanks to go out.
I know how it is. You ever see a vibrant? There's a lot going on. Juggle.
Yes, yes, yes. So where are we at? Jim?
Oh, we do those. We do those shows every Sabbath. By the way, we try to do them like on Fridays and Saturdays. Incorporates astronomy and all sorts of things. Yeah.
Nice.
Or I could
Really
chime in and
enjoyed
say
your
something real
contributions
quick.
in the last flow states and tonight. Great to have you on a weave, dude.
Yeah.
You-
seriously.
You're a top tier weaver. So is Mario. You, Mario, new guys want to hear a lot more from you, and also more from Jim. So none of you be shy, and Roman too. I know you're still there, Roman. Want to hear more from you guys. I know that we get excited, and a lot of us go on pretty long flows, but if there's ever anything that's just on the tip of your tongue, make it known, raise your hand, type it in the chat. We'll make sure that you're heard. Whatever way you prefer to do that, etiquette wise, is fine. Just don't be shy to get in there and weave with us, because all of you've got the gravy.
We'd
And we
rather be
appreciate you being here.
interrupted than you be quiet.
Yeah, if it's one of us that talks a lot, like me or SB, just get in there over us. We'll hold our tongue.
We'll
if it's
shut
worth
up.
it.
We know how to
We'll
shut up.
remember what we
Guys,
had
hey,
if it was
guys.
worth it.
Guys, hold our tongue. Jim has something on his mind.
Jim's
Yeah,
turn.
give me Jim.
All right. Well, with all that wonderful stuff said, I'm gonna share the screen.
Uh-oh.
Can you read this?
Is that Papa Smurf in the Zoom gallery?
Kind of looks like a Lego guy. In
No,
a
Gabe's
freaking
got to
cap.
read it. That's
Oh, go
not your
ahead.
line.
Kind of looks like a Lego guy in a Phrygian cap.
Looks like we will have to wait to find out what each of your favorite Christian bands and address a couple of serious questions that have been voiced by some spawners tonight. Can I look inside myself and find answers? Is there a deeper meaning? The scarecrow's reading, and who's a scarecrow? If you had a scarecrow voice?
Well, Josh would be the scarecrow.
Who is this mystery man? Who?
Nice.
Who is this his suspense peddler with the pregnant pauses? Occupied the neutral God square. What is this man? Has he a name?
Perfect.
It's a really good comic book. Pregnant pause.
That's great.
EllenMarcus.com, everybody.
That's it.
Glorious.
That's got to be the best commercial I've seen in the last 30 years.
Can we see
And I
that
was
entire
part of
comic
it.
as
This is
in
awesome.
image form in one of the chats, like, you know, for posterity?
Absolutely.
Oh, I got face cramps.
Fantastic. Ellen Marcus, man. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Joshua, I was going to ask you, is the correct title Abby someone?
Yeah, that's the person I do it with.
Okay.
I've never had a channel or anything of my own. So
Okay, I just wanted to let people know it looks like it's shadow banned. So if you go to YouTube and search Solomon Report, you get a bunch of nonsense. But if you use the search engine Quant, QWANT, and just type Solomon Report, it'll jump right up. And the name of the channel is Abby Someone, ABBYSOMEONE. Subscribe
thank you
now.
very much. Our
Yeah,
last
I just
channel-
it happens a lot. If you're looking for something on YouTube, a buddy of mine who's another similar, he's kind of connected to the RX show and everything, but he pointed that out with Quant. I'm sure it works with other search engines too. But if you can't find something, especially on YouTube, and you go search using Quant, a lot of the time it'll do an end around on the on their nifty techniques for hiding what we prefer to see automatically.
Hey, it just means you're over the target, right?
That's right. That's right.
Over the bullseye.
Go Bango.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I was of the world, it would love them. Right?
That's true.
I did a lot of announcements already, but this is it for three of us. Gabe and Gordy and I are going to do another Marvelous Demystifiers on Sunday of next weekend.
Yes, sir.
We're going to watch Shang-Chi, Legend of Shang-Chi. Talk about it Sunday.
Oh, that's reminded me of another announcement.
So
Sorry.
the thing we're doing is every last Sunday of the month, we're going to do a Marvel movie. Gordy's
Cool.
excited.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
That's
I'm
going to be
excited.
tight.
This is going to be fun.
I forgot. I was just on a brand new show. Sorry to barge one more in here, but it's called Conspiracy Cinema.
Yes.
The guy
great
that's in
Yes.
he's published quite a few episodes. I don't remember all of them, but the one I was on was myself and Benjamin Balderson of Odin's Alchemy, and we sat together and had a tremendous, uproarious time watching The Holy Mountain by Alejandro Jodorowsky, and Jared, the producer, has edited it down so it's not like you have to sit and watch the whole Holy Mountain with us. He's snippet and clipped it up to make it so that it's good. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm getting good feedback already, and it was a blast. I look forward to it, and I encourage people to check out Conspiracy Cinema because it's not just that movie he's doing. This is a brand new thing he's bringing out. So it was my pleasure to be on it with Benjamin.
Conspiracy Cinema I watched on Odyssey.
Yeah, on Odyssey. That's right. Thank you.
I read the synopsis on that movie, and it sounds a lot like the Fool's Journey or an alchemical
Absolutely
thing. It's very rich in symbolism.
Oh, it is.
It's D3R in chat. That's Jared. He dropped a link to Conspiracy Cinema on Odyssey.com.
Awesome.
Anything else to mention? Jim has some definitions maybe to read, maybe.
We live in your mind.
I've got an obituary I can get through here. I think it's relevant to our interests, and I don't know if anyone else is talking about this. Do you guys know Stuart Kaplan?
Sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar. Let me read this this obituary for Stuart Ronald Kaplan, who passed away Tuesday, February 9th, at the age of 88. Born on April 1st, 1932 in the Bronx, he grew up a skinny kid who loved stickball with his friends and an ice cream from the corner store. He was one of 5 students in the inaugural class of Cardigan Mountain School in New Hampshire and attributed his adventuresome spirit to the lessons he learned there. Stewart graduated from La Sorbonne in Paris and the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania. He worked on Wall Street for a coal mining company and wrote the exhaustively researched award-winning book, Mining, Minerals, and Geosciences. Listen closely. In 1968, Stewart discovered a Swiss tarot deck at the Nuremberg Toy Fair. Fascinated by this beautiful and mysterious treasure, he brought it back to New York, quit Wall Street, and with the help of his wife, Marilyn, an American girl from North Dakota he met in Orleans, France, founded U.S. Game Systems, Inc. The U.S. Game System, Inc. The deck sold well at Brentano's, but needed more explanation. So Stewart wrote tarot cards for fun and fortune telling. In his 53 years as chairman of USGS, the U.S. Game System, Inc., he wrote the Encyclopedia of Tarot, volumes 1 through 4. Tarot Classics, Pamela Coleman Smith, The Untold Story, and just completed the Author's Card Game Compendium. He had so much more he wanted to do. With a birthday on April Fool's Day, Stewart embodied the spirit of the first card of the major arcana, the Fool, by taking leaps of faith with an open heart on uncharted paths. Stewart was committed to honoring Pamela Coleman Smith, the artist of the Rider-Waite Tarot. He felt Pixie, Pamela Coleman Smith, never got her proper due for bringing the world's most popular tarot deck to life. The products Stewart published and the company he created will continue on, but it is his legacy of kindness, generosity, humor, curiosity, and passion that is most important. Stewart loved his family, employees, neighbors, dog, writing, collecting, tennis, chocolate, and bread and ketchup with dinner. His wonderful wishes to especially thank all of the wonderful people in the tarot and New Age community around the world who have shown him such love and respect and who continue his energy through their passion. Stewart R. Kaplan was laid to rest on Sunday, February 14th, 2021. But his spirit and legacy will continue as expansive and shimmering as the warm desert sun, filled with infinite possibilities. If you wish to remember Stewart, follow your passion and never quit. And please do something kind for someone else. Published New York Times on February 16th, 2021.
Yeah, I own a deck from that company. It's like a what should I do next deck. I wonder where it is. But yeah, thank you, Alan. That's really good. That's a
Yeah, that was
fascinating-
interesting.
Seems very masonically encoded too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I haven't heard many other people chatting about this.
Yeah.
Now you said Jim's going to read us definitions from the dictionary too. Is that true?
I can.
Please do.
Let's see. Let me find them.
Well,
As
so
we're
that was
wrapping up here.
that obituary was a year ago, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
I missed that little detail. A year and a few days.
It was published February 16th, 2021. So about a year ago.
And he was 88 and he was born on April Fool's and he passed away on Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Right.
Just all coincidences, strange coincidences, huh? That's weird.
88.
And he's got the cap in his last name. Cap. Sacrificial goat.
Stewart Kaplan,
Oh.
Kaplan.
Huh.
And a plan. Caplan.
Yeah, goat plan.
It's the goat plan.
Stewart is steward.
I think we'll have some more to say about this. when we
Steward
do our
of the
homework
goat
over
plan?
next week. We'll come back with some information about Stewart Ronald Kaplan, Tarot, U.S. Game Systems, Pamela Coleman Smith, Pixie.
Bruce Wayne.
Nice share, Alan. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Alan. Good stuff already tonight, fellas. I'm glad I jumped in, man.
I'm low on
it's
gas, but
fun.
this has been quite a flow state.
And we're going to let Jim close us up tonight.
Yes. Let's see.
Looking like Hathor over there.
What am I sharing?
You're sharing your meme bank? You're sharing
it,
your
I
desktop.
think you were going to read some Black's Law dictionary definitions.
Can you see the definition now?
No.
Not currently, no.
It looks like frog porn.
All right.
That's Jim's meme bank on Telegram.
Is this your
Technical.
Is this your 11th degree frog?
Not sure what I.
Just see-
Call back to the
Yeah.
very beginning.
Just asking if Jim has anything else to share. I know
Oh,
I
no,
lost
I'm-
it myself
I
too.
think I'm all right.
Was it a producer powwow?
Uh,
Interesting.
yeah. For some reason, it's sharing the wrong screen. So.
Sure, like a definition of what a physician is.
Page
67 of Black's Law has some interesting
let me.
stuff on it.
Here we go. Stop share.
Definition of pickle is quite interesting.
I can read them
Pickleback.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we are
So-
being pickleback, right?
This is the first edition of the Black's Law Dictionary. Pickle, spelled Pickle, spelled Pycle, or spelled Pighdtel.
Pickle. Pickle.
It's a small-
Wait, spell it again. How did you pickle? This is a
P.I.G.
pickle.
HTEL.
HTEL. That's not a pickle. That's
No.
pickle.
It's a small parcel of land enclosed with a hedge, which in some countries is called a pingle.
Pingle.
So we were talking about pickles earlier. So
Yeah, like a hedge witch, maybe. Like what is a hedge and hedging your bet and protection and zero hedge because we're all gonna die. So
well, not if we have a good physician.
Oh, do you have a definition of?
I do have a
that word?
definition from the first edition Black's Law Dictionary. Physician is a practitioner of medicine, a person duly authorized or licensed to treat diseases, one lawfully engaged in the practice of medicine without reference to any particular school. So
Zalmoxis was a physician according to Plato. That god from earlier, the Thracian god.
yes. So it's, I'd say,
And
probably
Jesus
all
Christ said, if thine be whole, you need not a physician.
Luke was also a physician, by the way.
And then I found an interesting one called the Petito.
Luke was just the disciple of Aldebaran and Taurus.
It all wraps around.
Thank you,
Like a
everyone.
weave.
We can do one final group photo before we say goodnight, and I'm gonna play some music. Gonna play some end credits. The stream will end. You'll see in Zoom it says we're not on YouTube anymore, but we'll still be in the room and we'll do our post wrap up. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone for joining us in video in the Zoom room. Thank you for sharing links and information with us. And I think there's a theme song to play here somewhere. Let me get that playing.
You guys live in our minds.
Good night, gentlemen.
Have any bingo
Hi,
winners?
fellas.
Don't think so.
Soon. If you have a bingo win, let us know and we'll check your board.
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was unaffected. Bug Spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was unaffected. restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised a... The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suck it,